The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open lot, open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open lot, open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income-qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open lot, open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income-qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open lot, open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income-qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open lot, open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
individuals are subscribed to CREFs, this helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
Good afternoon and welcome. If you can please take your seats, please. Again, good afternoon and welcome. If you could please take your seats.
There's a certain
Thank
energy in
you.
this city that we all love. From celebrating its diverse culture to savoring all its flavors. It's the desire to honor something old and discover something new. It's the thrill of running through the park or knocking the ball out of one. It's the passion of our politics and the pride of our people. And since we really love the city's energy, the DC Public Service Commission is doing all we can to conserve it. With education, innovation, equity, and inclusion, we're working to achieve the district's clean energy and climate change goals, not only for ourselves, but for our future. For more information about the DCPSC's clean energy initiatives, visit dcpsc.org.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the District of Columbia's 2023 Clean Energy Summit. My name is Emile Thompson and I'm chairman of the DC Public Service Commission. On behalf of myself and my colleagues, Commissioner Beverly, Commissioner Trabue, we welcome you to the Clean Energy Summit. For those of you who are here in person with us and those participating virtually, we know that your presence is a sign of a decision that you have made to be part of the clean energy transition and looking at our pathways to decarbonization. We held our first Clean Energy Summit in 2021, and we realized that being in the nation's capital, we were in a unique position. That unique position allows us to bring government officials, industry leaders, environmental advocates, and academics together to discuss how we can best achieve our clean energy goals. DC, like many jurisdictions, has multiple clean energy goals. We like to think that we have the most aggressive. By 2032, we have made a commitment that all electricity will come from renewable sources, with 10% of that energy coming from within the district's boundaries through solar. We also have made a commitment that by 2045, we will be carbon neutral. So with all of you in the building and participating virtually, we know that this is a sign that we can do it and that you believe that we can do it. So what should you expect today? Well, you should expect an engaging and thoughtful conversation. We'll begin by having a keynote address by the acting FERC chairman, Willie L. Phillips. We will then have a panel that discusses recent federal legislation that was passed by Congress and signed by the Biden-Harris administration. We will then move into a panel where we talk about how that legislation and local policies will help ensure that our workforce moving forward will be diverse and inclusive, while also securing our supply chain. And then finally, we'll talk about a subject that's very important to all of us, the issue of affordability. How do we have a clean energy transition while maintaining that everybody can be a part of it, nobody gets left behind, and nobody is overburdened? I'm excited to have so many wonderful panelists here today to speak to you. But I do want to take this moment to highlight one in particular, our former chairman, now current acting chairman of FERC, Willie L. Phillips. Without his vision, we would have not had the first summit in 2021. He has certainly charted the path for us moving forward. Now, we are at a very pivotal place in history, right? We are, I believe, at this inflection point where we are really addressing the effects of climate change with respect to our energy usage. And so my ask of you today is that you take some of what you learn and take it back with you. You share it and you use it to continue to be a leader in your respective jurisdictions. Now at this time, I would like to introduce DC Councilmember Kenny McDuffie. Councilmember McDuffie is the Chair Pro Tem of the DC Council. He is currently an at-large council member after having served as a Ward 5 representative for over 10 years. He is currently the second longest tenured council member on the council and is the head of the Business and Economic Development Committee. At this time, I'd like to thank him for his leadership and welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to everyone. Greetings to the entire Public Service Commission team, including Commissioners Beverly and Trabue. I want to thank Chairman Thompson for having me today. It's really special. It is special because I get to celebrate the leadership of two good friends. Chairman Thompson, who took over the reins at the DC Public Service Commission 6 or maybe 7 months ago now. I know it's all a blur for you. After having been appointed to the commission by Mayor Bowser in 2021. He's the history of filling the shoes of great men. Giants in their field, really. And of course, we all know that he's leading the commission after one Chairman Willie Phillips, but you may not know that he once took over a position for one of DC's most accomplished sons. He somehow had to follow the footsteps of none other than Kenya McDuffie when he went to serve our former Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice under then Mayor Vincent C. Gray And if I do say for myself, he did a phenomenal job in that position. It made me look really bad, obviously. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful that he's now leading the DC Public Service Commission. He is a national leader in sustainability and environmental conservation. The district has the most aggressive renewable energy standards of any city in the country, and we're constantly really doubling down on our efforts to combat the effects of global climate change and to realize a clean energy future. I'm proud of the work we've done on the council in this regard on things like Solar for All, the Clean Energy DC Act, and on environmental justice and creating opportunities, which is something that's near and dear for me, creating opportunities for small and minority-owned businesses in the clean energy space. And I know it's also something that is important to Chairman Thompson, as it was for Chairman Willie Phillips when he was at the Public Service Commission. And I'm also proud that I get to introduce a man who's taking his passion and talent from serving our city to now serving our nation. Willie Phillips is an accomplished energy lawyer who served as commissioner and then chairman of the Public Service Commission of the District of Columbia. During his tenure on the commission, he championed moving to a clean energy future, and doing so with a workforce that reflected the District of Columbia. He led the agency through major changes in the energy field and through a global pandemic. Prior to his service on the commission, he served as an assistant general counsel for the North American Electric Reliability Corporation at 2 different law firms as well, where he advised clients on energy regulatory compliance and policy matters. He served on boards of several organizations, including on the board of directors for NARUC, as the president of the Mid-Atlantic Conference of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. Willie has a Juris Doctor from Howard University School of Law and a Bachelor of Science from the University of Montebello. He lives in Washington, D.C., with his wonderful wife and 2 exceptional children. Willie was unanimously confirmed in an evenly divided Senate in 2021, which is really a testament to his qualifications, his aptitude, his experience, and the ability to bridge divides. He was named by President Biden to be acting chairman of the Federal Regulatory Commission on January 3rd, 2023. He is only the 2nd Black man to serve on FERC in its 45-year history. And he's the first Black person to lead the agency. But most important to me, he is my dear friend, and so please help me welcome Chairman Willie Phillips.
Hello, everybody. So I heard there was talk about great men up here at this podium. I have to say something about my friend, Councilmember McDuffie. I can't tell you, every time I see him, I want to say congratulations. So we're going to say congratulations one more time, Councilmember McDuffie. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be home. You know, it's funny, my staff, before I came here, they said, look, we got an event right after this event, and then we have to get you back to the commission to get ready for the open meeting tomorrow. So just know you only have a few minutes at every stop. And I can tell you guys this because y'all have worked with me before. Who's gonna tell them? Are you gonna tell them, or am I gonna tell them? When it comes to talking to my friends, I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna do what I have to do, but seriously, I'm only here for a few minutes, and I want to make good use of that time. I want to congratulate Chairman Thompson. I think we all agree that the mayor made an excellent decision by naming him chairman when I left the commission. Also want to, I don't see him now, but my friend Commissioner Beverly, Richard Beverly, I think there's no one in all of the District of Columbia who knows more about legal precedent and the rules and regulations that govern energy and gas service in the District of Columbia than Commissioner Beverly. So it's good to be here with him. And I also want to congratulate my friend, Ted Trabue. I think I'll speak for all of us when I say that the District of Columbia is lucky to have you as a public servant again.
And what I'll say about that is, many people won't know that you have been a friend of mine for many, many years. And I say friend, what I should say is advisor, because you are a wealth of knowledge and your commitment to service is unmatched. Thank you. Now I'm gonna get in trouble by naming people and not naming everybody. I see the People's Council, I see Commissioner Hudson, I see many good friends I've worked with at NERC and all over the place, and I know that there are many people online, and I see you press in the front. I see you too. So it's just great to be here. You know, one of the things that I get asked about often these days is, you know, what is your regulatory approach? What is your regulatory philosophy? And you know, I hate to disappoint people and tell them my principles, they have not changed. But here, as we sit in the wake of celebrating Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, you know, I'm reminded of something that I posted the other day, which is a quote. And that quote says that what impacts one of us indirectly impacts us all directly. And I think if you boil down my approach to this job, to the role of a regulator, I think that sums it up. That's it. It's that respect for the position to lead and to understand how what you've done impacts others. It's not lost on me that I stand on the shoulders of all of the other commissioners that have come before me and all the other chairmen that have come before me, in particular, the 3 African American commissioners at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission who served my agency so ably. And so for that, I'm thankful. But we're here to talk about clean energy and the clean energy transition. And while I think the clean energy transition is only going to accelerate, it's only going to increase, looking back over the past year and the events that have impacted what I've done at FERC and what we have to do in the future, I think there's one event that jumps out. And that is the Russian invasion on Ukraine. And even though we all, our heart breaks for the people of Ukraine, what we're dealing with in our industry are the ripple effects of that war that it has had on our industry. You know, we've seen record inflation to the world, high energy costs, so high that they've impacted things like steel construction, fertilizer, that for a moment we thought that it would impact the entire globe and our ability to feed and build things we need for our people. Again, what impacts one of us indirectly impacts us all directly. And even when you look at the Northeast and what we've seen regarding extreme weather events, we don't have to look further than Winter Storm Elliott. When you think about the 2/3 of our country was plunged into blizzard-like conditions. We had millions of people go without power. It just reminds us that we need to, while we think about the clean energy transition and its importance, we have to continue to refocus our efforts on reliability and on resilience. And one of the best ways that we can do this, both at the same time, is, I believe, investment in transmission. And so I'm proud to say that over the past year, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has many open and ongoing proceedings to address that investment in transmission. And I believe that as chairman, I will continue that momentum to make sure that even if we're split 2-2, that we're going to do everything we can to advance the mission of the commission. We're not going to sit on our hands. I've already started to engage my colleagues, to engage them and talk about what are the ways that we can continue to push this forward. I think that's the only way that we reach the administration's goal of clean energy by 2035. And I know it's been talked about already that the District of Columbia has some of the most aggressive and progressive clean energy standards and rules in any other jurisdiction, any other state in the country. And I know that Chairman Thompson is doing everything that he can to move that forward. The other thing I want to talk about just for a moment before we get out of here is equity and environmental justice. This is something we hear all the time, like there's an urgency to act on climate and the changing environment, and there's an urgency to act on environmental justice and equity. But I submit to you that it's not an either-or proposition, that we can and we must advance both. And so it's always top of mind for me when I do my work, the impact that the decisions that we have on people, and that it is not, the benefits of the clean energy transition, they have not been felt evenly on everybody. And so I'm from the District of Columbia, but I grew up in rural Alabama. And I can tell you from my lived experiences, I know the impact that agencies like the DC Public Service Commission, like the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, can have on the individual, on the family, on the community at large. And so, as a regulator, I think it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we do all that we can to wield our power, to make sure that those people from underserved communities, that they have a voice, and that we take that voice into consideration when we make our decisions in a meaningful way, every step of the way. You know, it's funny. When I'll tell you something that I told the White House when they called me and asked me to serve in this position. I asked a few questions about, you know, what my role would be, of course. I'm a lawyer still. And then I told them, I said, for a person like me, who grew up the way I did, from a family like mine, to be asked to lead an agency for the United States of America, this can only happen in America, only in America. And when they asked me, you know, they said, we know you have a 2-to-2 agency, you know, how will you plan to navigate that, you know, difficult task to get things done? And I told them, I said, when it comes to getting important stuff done, I submit to you that we're not as far apart as our politics might suggest. I think that with proper, it's gonna take bold leadership. But with that, and with respect from our colleagues, I think that we have an opportunity to move the clean energy transition forward, to move our agenda forward, to fight for the people that put us in place, to represent our community, to do the best that we can with all that we can. And if we do that, nobody can ask for more than that. That's what I believe. So I thank you for your time. I want to say hello to all of the staff of DC Public Service Commission. It wasn't long ago that we worked together to try to come with this idea of a clean energy transition, clean energy summit. This idea has been copied now all over the country because of the important discussions that you all are going to have here at this conference. I applaud you for your work, I applaud you for your leadership, and I thank you for your friendship.
Chairman Phillips, let me just give another round of applause for our esteemed chairman. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the newest commissioner at the Public Service Commission. My name is Ted Trabue, and this is my first real kind of semi-official act here at the commission, and it is such a pleasure to be here and to see so many people with whom I have worked and engaged and had discussions over the years. Welcome to our offices. Welcome to the Clean Energy Summit. Thank you for participating in this very, very important afternoon. I have the pleasure today of introducing the panels who will be presenting to you this afternoon. Our first panel is a panel of federal experts who will discuss the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Over the past few years, Congress and the Biden-Harris administration have passed federal legislation and policies that support clean energy efforts, period. I'll take a round of applause there. Very good. Thank you. In furthering the conversation to support the district's clean and aggressive clean energy goals, federal experts will discuss today how the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act address the urgency around clean air and climate action. This panel will explore the Act's impact on cutting greenhouse gas emissions. These discussions will also focus on the available tax credits and rebate programs and the regulators' role in supporting clean energy programs. Panelists will also discuss the impact of these acts, Madam People's Counsel, on customers. And so we are very, very happy to have our esteemed Chairman Emile Thompson as the moderator of the first panel. Chairman Thompson, as you may know, was appointed to the Public Service Commission. I believe this was mentioned earlier by Chairman McDuffie and confirmed as our chairman on June 7th of last year. But before he joined the commission, Chairman Thompson was an assistant United States attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office of the District of Columbia. And as an assistant United States attorney, he prosecuted homicides and served as supervising deputy chief in the misdemeanor section. He also served as a principal member of the D.C. Water Board of Directors and has served in that capacity since 2016. I'm very proud to say that it has been a pleasure getting to know Chairman Thompson over the past 4 or so weeks during which I have been here, and I look forward to this afternoon's panel. Thank you very much.
So at this time, I would like to call to the stage Dr. Teresa Lawrence and Dr. Richard. So just a little background on each of them. Dr. Teresa Lawrence serves as the Director of State, Local, Tribal, and Territorial Policy. She leads a team that develops policies and strategies for states, local governments, tribal nations and territories to help achieve climate goals and prioritizes community-driven action plans to support the transition of a clean, resilient, and equitable energy economy. Prior to joining DOE, she was a deputy director here at DC's Department of Energy and Environment, so it's certainly a welcome home. And then prior to that, she actually served with the Maryland Public Service Commission as an economist. She holds a PhD in economics from Howard and a master's in economics from the University of Manchester, England. Dr. Richard Ezeki is currently a programs communications specialist at the Joint Office of Energy and Transportation, where he focuses on stakeholder engagement and outreach with a focus on equity, environmental justice, and workforce development around the electrification of transportation. Prior to joining the Joint Office, Richard worked for CHP Planning, the Urban Institute, the Union of Concerned Scientists, and the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. Richard holds a PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, and the BS in chemical engineering from North Carolina State University. Thank you for joining us today. All right, sorry about that. Oh, there we go. That's, yeah. So sorry about that. But what I've asked both the panelists to first begin today by just talking a little bit about the IIJA and the IRA. I know we have all heard a lot about it in, in the media, but it's both pieces of legislation are very dense and have a number of funding opportunities. And so what I've asked for both panelists to do as we begin today is take me about 5 to 10 minutes and really talk about the legislation, talk about some of the opportunities, especially as it applies to the clean energy space and transportation electrification. And then from there, we'll begin with some questions that I have, and then hopefully you will have some questions that can be added.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to go first, and it's such a pleasure to be here today and to see so many familiar faces. I feel like, as the Chairman said, I'm coming home to a lot of the work that I have been doing and continuing to do. So just by way of introduction, as was said, I'm Teresa Lawrence, the Director of State, Local, Tribal, and Territorial Policy with the Office of Policy at the Department of Energy. And the Office of Policy, we develop strategies and policies to support the programs that are being implemented by states, local governments, tribal nations, and territories. And engagement is a huge part of this role to make sure that the national energy policies that are developed are take into consideration the regulatory structure, the policy landscape of states and local governments so that they can be relevant and useful and applicable and meaningful. So I'm pleased to be here today to talk about the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that we often call the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law or Bill, and the Inflation Reduction Act. So just a few high-level notes about that. As you know, Bill was passed in November of 2021, and it makes the largest long-term investment in our nation's infrastructure in nearly a century. It provides the backbone for a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable economy through enhancing U.S. competitiveness, diversifying regional economies to include supply chain and manufacturing industries, creating good union jobs, and ensuring stronger access to these economic benefits for underserved and under-resourced communities. And then the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA, which was passed in August 2022, is a wide-reaching law that promises to reduce energy costs, bolster the economy, address climate change, and empower communities to thrive in a clean energy economy. In fact, IRA is the single largest investment in climate action in our nation's history. So IRA and Bill take a whole-of-government approach to climate action and invests more than $430 billion in the nation's energy system. As it relates to DOE, specifically though, Bill invests $62 billion and supports 72 programs. Some are new, some are ongoing, some deepen the investment in some of the legacy programs. And IRA invests $35 billion and supports 21 programs that deliver a historic focus on domestic job creation with strong incentives for prevailing wages and apprenticeship opportunities. So it provides the long-term stability to domestic clean energy producers, manufacturers, and investors, solving what had been an on-again, off-again pattern for clean energy tax credits. IRA and Bill, as has been mentioned, supports the Biden-Harris administration goals for a clean energy future, including a decarbonized power grid by 2035 and net zero carbon emissions by 2050. These laws could reduce emissions by approximately 1,000 million metric tons by 2030, accounting for an approximate 40% reduction in the nation's total greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, the Office of Policy in DOE, where I work, released an issue brief showing that IRA and Bill could position the U.S. to reach our overall 2030 goal of 50 to 52% reductions with continued federal, state, local, and private sector actions. IRA and Bill target not only every sector, but also every stage of the energy system, from basic research, development, demonstration, and deployment, which helps to prepare the country for deep emission cuts after 2030. The expected emissions are equivalent to the approximate combined annual emissions of every home in the United States, and they are essential to combating climate change, preventing extreme weather, improving public health, and restoring critical habitats, and even more. I know most of us are read into a lot of the investments and the specific details of the new programs, rebates, tax credits, but for information and resources, just to give a plug, we maintain a really good website that shows the trajectory, the timeline of when we should be prepared to put applications together. Some are formula-driven, some are competitive, and it helps with planning the next steps and the type of engagement that needs to happen. For example, with Bill, most of the programs will operate over a 5 to 10 year timeline and provide states with time and ongoing support to deliver the transformative projects for communities. Funding is delivered through the formula and competitive and other, not only state, local governments, but the nonprofit partners, non-federal entities. For IRA, DOE has been holding listening sessions with stakeholders on consumer home rebate programs, tax credits, getting input, putting out requests for information, and that is key to have the public's input with the design of some of the programs. So DOE guidance should be published by the summer. The home rebate programs, for example, will be ready for the next heating season, but a lot of the tax credits are available right now. And there's a neat fact sheet, explaining which of the tax incentives, the particular reductions that could be had through the end of calendar year 2022 and 2023 and beyond. So to the extent anyone may not have that resource, I'd be happy to leave my information and share that. These incentives will unlock thousands of dollars in savings for households. It will save households up to $1 billion annually and ensure that the clean energy transition is felt in every home. There's some for low and moderate income, the LMI households. 100% of the cost can be covered by some of these upgrades and the retrofits and replacement of the appliances. Another great resource at DOE is through the regional specialists as part of the Intergovernmental and External Affairs program. So they have a range of liaisons that can serve as part of the front door approach when there are requests and inquiries to get more information on the process and what to expect, as well as the new State and Community Energy Programs Office. Please get to know the SCEP office. And they will be implementing many of the programs. Some of the legacy programs, like weatherization assistance and state energy programs, have been moved to the SCEP office, but they are also implementing a lot of the new initiatives and incentives and the rebate programs with school and also programs to help with energy upgrades in schools and other buildings. So please, energy.gov and the Clean Energy Infrastructure combines Bill and IRA to show the timeline. Please sign up for notifications and updates. And I'm sure as we go through the conversation, we may dig a little bit more deeply into these opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. And then I'll pass the proverbial mic to Richard.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Thompson. And really just want to thank you for the opportunity to have the time to share with you all about the work that my office does. So as you mentioned in the introduction, my name is Richard Ezeki. I work at the Joint Office of Energy and Transportation. This office is very unique in that it's a hybrid within the Department of Energy and the Department of Transportation. And our responsibility and charge is to work with states, local governments, nonprofits, communities, over the $7.5 billion that was allocated in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or the IIJA, for electrification of transportation. The administration has Biden-Harris administration has set goals to install 500,000 chargers across the United States by 2035 and push for the electrification of our transportation system. We already want to see by 2035 that 50% of all new vehicles are electric. And why is this important? As many of us probably already know, the majority of climate change emissions, the majority of that comes from the transportation sector. Almost 27% of climate change emissions come from the transportation sector. And in terms of fueling, the majority of our transportation sector is fueled by petroleum. As we know, petroleum is a fossil fuel and has contributed significantly to climate change emissions and increasing temperatures. And so we really need to think about, how do we greenify our transportation system? How do we make it more clean? How do we make it more equitable and accessible? As was shared by my fellow colleagues here, that's a very key point. And so we at the Joint Office, we were established by a $300 million 5-year investment under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And what we do is we do technical assistance. Well, we work specifically with states to help them to install chargers within their borders. One of the requirements of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law was that each state had to submit a very detailed plan that would talk about where the chargers would be installed, how they would install them, and what the requirements of those chargers would be. Each of those plans were submitted to the Federal Highway Administration, and in partnership with the FAA, we approved those plans in September of 2022. Because of that approval, now states have access, states including the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico have access to almost billions of dollars in funds. For DC itself, in fiscal year 2022, DC was allowed $2.5 million, and in 2023 is allocated $3.5 million, so almost $6 million is available for the District of Columbia to install chargers along highway corridors, which I think is about 27 miles of highway corridors within the District of Columbia to install these chargers. These chargers we hope to be either DC fast charging or level 2 or DC fast charging, which allows cars to be charged within 30 minutes or less. So we really want to push for the next generation of charging to really encourage the electrification of transportation and the green, which of course will lead to the greening of our climate. We also do work in technical assistance. So as these states have their plans and now they're approved, they're going to have a lot of questions about how to install these, where to install these chargers. Also, we've really prioritized equity, environmental justice, and workforce development, as I mentioned, is mentioned in my introduction. That's also a portfolio that I work on. And we want to ensure that the goals of Justice 40, which was established by Executive Order Administration, that 40% of the benefits of all clean energy will go to underserved communities. And so we at the office are trying to think about how do we operationalize this? What metrics do we utilize in order to make sure that Justice 40 is being realized? We also want to make sure that this transition is going to create jobs, new, high-paying, long-lasting careers for people, so that we see this transition continue to grow and be maintained. And so we're really thinking about within the Joint Office, how do we, again, operationalize workforce development? What are some of the key strategies to develop new opportunities and careers in this electrification space? And then, as is mentioned by Chairman Thompson, environmental justice is very key. It's a top priority for us. We understand that historically, especially the transportation system, that many underserved communities, especially Black and Brown, have been negatively impacted by the way our cities were planned. And many of those impacts still exist today. And so we want to ensure that as we build out this electrification of transportation, that those communities are not going to be left behind like have been done in the past, but they're going to be a part and grow and thrive in this new paradigm. So I look forward to the questions and discussion. If any questions you have about electrification, about transportation, why its importance, and also understanding and also how it fits into the overall ecosystem when it comes to a green DC. I'm looking forward to that discussion. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. So Teresa, I'm going to start first with you, and this is more so a follow-up to your comments. You talked a little bit about some of the home rebates, and of course my ears immediately perked. Can you just talk a little bit more about some of the rebates that are being offered? I know, of course, the solar rebates, but what else is being offered through DOE?
Sure, there are a range of home energy rebate programs, specifically, for example, the $9 billion home energy rebate program, where it's split between rebates for efficiency, rebates based on the savings that would be gleaned for efficiency updates, as well as the rebates for installing the new electrification types of measures like heat pumps, solar panel service upgrades. There are also rebates for clothes dryers, insulation, air sealing. Now, these are this is part of the IRA program, for which there's currently the development, the guidance that has not yet come out. But for the tax credits, there's some, like for solar, wind, those types of tax credits are currently available. And it's like to get the 30% of the cost, heat pump, water heaters, $300. So there's a whole listing of the opportunities through tax credits and rebates that are some of the rebates through IRA not yet available, but coming soon. So please stay engaged. And tax credits, some are currently available, other guidance through Treasury that will be coming out soon.
Okay, thank you. And then, Richard, you mentioned, where you talked a lot about the application process and what's been done so far in terms of monies revolving around charging. What's being done to incentivize or to encourage the adoption of EVs as a vehicle, not just the charging side, but the purchase of vehicles?
That's a great question, Chairman. Thank you for that. In terms of incentivizing, There's a number of different credits within the IRA that look to help to decrease the cost of EVs. So there is a light duty, for example, there's a light duty tax credit that also can be applied at the point of rebate. And in that community, that's a really big deal because instead of having to submit that credit when you file your taxes, you can actually get that transfer credit right when you buy the vehicle, which will drop it down. I believe it's about $7,500. I believe if it's correct, if I'm not mistaken. There's also encouragement to electrify heavy-duty vehicles. There's also use EV tax credit as well, which I believe is about $1,500. And for many communities, especially for people who can't afford a new electric car, typical as many as new cars can be upwards of $40,000, $50,000. And so, especially in the advocacy community, the purchase of used vehicles, vehicles that may not have the extended life, extended range, but if they can be used for short range trips, and can encourage people from all income levels to be able to get access to electrification. That's also in the IRA as well. There's also a commercial EV tax credit and also a tax credit on charging stations as well. So there's a lot of different credits and incentives within the IRA particularly to really encourage the whole-scale electrification as well. I also like to think that, and I wanted to share this as well, is that we at the Joint Office understand that many people may not have a car or may not want a car. But there's also modes like electric scooters and electric bikes, and especially in urban environments like DC, we need to prioritize those as well because we want to ensure not just a system that's reliant on cars. Now, we believe cars can be part of the transportation network, but we also understand that there are other non-automotive modes that also can benefit from electrification and that need to be a part as well. So as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, the Transportation Alternatives Program, which is the largest fund that supports alternative transportation like sidewalks and bikes, got an almost 60% increase from $850 million from the FAST Act, which is the last transportation bill, to almost $1.3 billion in 2022, and will increase to $1.48 billion in 2026. So we really encourage state and local governments and to think about if we really want to build out their alternative transportation car infrastructure and electrify that to link into those monies as well. And so to summarize, there's a lot of incentives to encourage electrification of vehicles, both light duty and heavy duty, and electrification of non-automotive modes. And I think by being able to really embrace all those modes and bring those into the forefront, we can see that electrification will continue to grow, and people and anybody, no matter what type of vehicle, what type of ability they need to get around, whether it's a car or public transit or scooter or bike or wherever, even walking, can get where they need to go, and that's the number one focus.
You know, I would note, you talked about non-automotive modes of transportation. I would note that I think there's currently a bill before the DC Council that's offering a rebate on electric scooters. So it's right in line with what you're talking about. With the historic amount of monies that are being invested, whether it's through the IIJA or the IRA, what do you see as the biggest obstacle to implementation? These are huge amounts of money that you guys are trying to get out the door as quickly, but as prudently at the same time as possible. So, from your vantage points, what do you think are the biggest challenges?
So, I can go first. So I think there are two challenges from my vantage points. At the Joint Office, as I mentioned, we have all these different states who have submitted their plans for implementation, and they have a lot of questions because a lot of the things that we're asking them to do in terms of making sure that charging is available. As we know, range anxiety and availability of chargers are the two biggest reasons why people don't transfer to electric. And so we're really pushing the states to really ramp up this transition. And they have a lot of questions about, well, you know, where do you put them? You know, because the requirement is that you have to put chargers 50 miles on, at least 50 miles, at most 50 miles apart from each other and 1 mile away from the highway. But there's also competitive grants that will encourage the installation of chargers within neighborhoods and other non-highway corridors. So they have a lot of questions about how this money's going to come down and what they need to do to install these chargers. So we do have a technical assistance team that's very active in supporting these states and helping to answer their questions. But as we move forward into the process, that's going to be a challenge as well. But I think we're definitely up to it. Another challenge that I see in terms of implementing, particularly of IRA, of course, is the impact of inflation. Chairman Phillips, of course, talked about the war in Ukraine and how that has impacted everything, and that's not in these wonderful legislation is not immune to that. I've read some stories about how even some of the inflation has reduced some of the purchasing dollars by almost 20 to 30%. And this is a really key challenge for state DOTs who have very strict plans where they put their dollars. And a lot of them submitted plans and to really build out the infrastructure and to get it up to state of grid parity and improve them. And they've had to scale back some of those plans because inflation has eaten into the dollars that are out there. So I think those are the two main challenges facing the IRA and the IIJA. Now, that doesn't mean that great things aren't going to happen. We just need to, with this, again, this is mentioned, this is some of the biggest investments in infrastructure ever. And we're going to see that impact. But we also need to make sure that as those challenges come through in the state governments and local governments come to us with questions, that we're able to answer honestly and also give them the guidance that they need to make sure that their projects move forward.
Yeah, and for the Department of Energy, a lot of similar themes definitely resonate with those. Just part of my work involves helping states and local governments just get ready to be in a position to apply, to maximize leveraging, to have all of the stacking of the benefits which are allowable as part of the application process. That's key, just what can be put together to maximize the impact and optimize the outcomes. So technical assistance is key. We found that, of course, technical assistance means different things to different people and different groups. Like for the financial analysis, financial planning, just stakeholder engagement, just how to bring the groups together and understanding based on the goals, for example, of the district. We know the 2032 goals, 2050 goals, but then how to put applications together in a comprehensive way that can lead to the workforce development goals, the Justice 40, the private sector uptake of technologies. Having this kind of holistic impact can maybe foreboding, how do you put that type of package together to maximize the leveraging opportunities? So I think that's one of the key, just the degree of coordination that is needed and constant communication. Working with the utility companies, the unions, the universities, schools, all of these, and understanding based on the key priorities, the clean energy and the climate objectives, how that ties to the administration goals with the timelines, how you track, develop, think through procurement processes and think through how you're going to disseminate funds. And as it relates to workforce development, not just having training, but also a plan for placement on the back end. So just having it all come together. So I think just taking it bit by bit, understanding the timelines involved, and positioning the district to be able to take advantage, working with all of the sister agencies, the for-profit, non-profit entities. Everyone should be a part of the clean energy transition.
I'm glad you touched on that because I think engagement, at least in my mind, is one of the most complicated things, right? Because there's so many, as you would say, there's so many cooks in the kitchen, and everybody wants to play their part, but they might not know what their role is. How do you, as the federal agency, DOE, DOT, how do you, one, make sure all the relevant parties know what's out there, but also make sure that they are working in concert so that we don't have the similar entities applying for the same money, doing the same thing?
Right. For those opportunities for which it doesn't specify who may apply, a lot of the funds will be coming through the State Energy Office, for example, which of course is DOEE, or other the development agencies, human services, those types of opportunities. Of course, Department of Transportation. Just understanding just the process, who is taking the lead, what all of the supporting pieces that need to come together, and then the accountability and the tracking on the back end. So DOE does tons of engagement. One of the key opportunities is through On the front end, you mentioned the RFIs, being able to participate that way. And a lot of, even as we were talking about earlier with the environmental and climate justice block grants, a lot of those, like the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, those will be coming through EPA, for example. So just making sure that you, the state and local government, they take advantage of those opportunities as well through the cross-agency coordination. And then it comes back down to the stacking of the benefits to really push and maximize the impact on the back end.
And from a transportation side, we at the Joint Office have a number of different partnerships through Members Understanding that encourage information sharing and idea sharing. So, for example, we have a MOU with NASIO, which is the National Association of State Energy Officials, and also ASTRO, the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials. And we are always sharing information with them because they are the direct line to our state DOTs and our state energy offices. And within the DOE, they also have what we call the Clean Cities Coalition, which some of you may be involved in with the DC one. I see Antoine Thompson in the crowd there, who's the chairman for the DC DMV area one. So we share a lot of information with Clean Cities Coalition across the country, and they are working locally with nonprofits, agencies, companies to encourage and develop new ways to greenify our system through many different ideas. So, and then within the Joint Office, we also share ideas with the different state DOTs who are asking questions about, how things are done. And sometimes we may hear of really good ideas that one state may have done that we can share with other states, because it's not a competition, of course. Every state's is going to get their funds based on their population and mileage of fuel corridors, of EV corridors. But we want to make sure that everybody is moving up and being able to achieve their goals as specified in their plans. So and a caveat, if you're interested in seeing any state plans, including DC's, they're all online on our website, driveelectric.gov. You can see what each state in DC and Puerto Rico have submitted for their NEVI plans to install chargers across the highway corridors. So there's a lot of information that's out there in the public. There's a lot of information sharing. There's a lot of idea generation. So I believe with openness and transparency, that helps to bring the best ideas forward and also minimizes the potential impact of having one group step on another group's toes. So I hope that answers the question.
Transparency, I think, is a key phrase, because I know some of the concerns are that, certain entities may use these opportunities to gold plate systems or bolster or make investments where they may not be needed. Mm-hmm. And so, how does DOT, how do DOE, how do you guys look at that and are really able to assess where these investments are you're going to get the most bang for your buck?
Yeah, so at the Joint Office, one of the requirements, as I mentioned, each state had to submit a plan to get access to the funding from the BIL. Now, each of those states are required to resubmit that plan every year. So every year, we have the ability to track what these states are doing. They have set specific goals on how many chargers they're going to put into the ground, where they're going to put those chargers, and how they're going to impact the broader community. So they're not going to just go nilly-willy and have the ability to gold plate, as you said, Chairman Thompson, because we will pick that up and say, well, unless you turn around and do what you're supposed to do, you're not going to get the funding for 23, 24, 25, and beyond. That's a lot of money that's going to be left on the table if they don't do what they're supposed to do. So we are very, very clean aware that the potential misuse of funds could happen, but we also at the same time have a very strong enforcement and oversight mechanism to ensure that doesn't happen. And I think as we developed, these states developed these plans, we were very much in concert with them as they were developing these plans. We know that all these states want to see a clean transition, some more so than others. I mean, it's the way it is. Politics kind of gets in the way, unfortunately. But at the same time, they also understand that there is an economic benefit to moving to a clean transportation system. And so we definitely have our partnership with the states to make sure that they are following their plans, answering any questions that they may have, and making sure that they are following on the path that they specified And if there's any deviation, we do have the ability to tell them to slow down a little bit or change direction.
And at DOE, there's a lot of guidance on interacting and working with disadvantaged communities or DACs, just the metrics with how they are defined, if they were reliant on a fossil plant that is no longer online, just dealing with the remediation, providing the relief for any fallout from any particular investment or industry, and then any the reinvestment that needs to happen and what form it should take. So identifying the DACs, and a key component, especially with Bill, when some of these forwards, the funding opportunity announcements have been going out, they reserve part of the scoring criteria for community benefit agreements, like having a community partnership plan where the developer has developed a sound connection to engage the underserved communities, the minority businesses, those groups that have historically not been included. There are additional points that can be received for demonstrating how that will be a component for the diversity, equity, inclusion, and just the workforce development aspects. So there's a financial connection as well for some of these grant opportunities that have been issued.
I know it's early. I mean, the IIJA is about 13, 14 months old. IRA is clearly a lot newer. What does success look like, and what metrics will be used to measure that success?
Yeah, tracking metrics in all of these various areas for just making sure, of course, starting out with the GHG emissions, like demonstrating that, like what those impacts would be, the job numbers, just the impact, economic indicators that represent economic prosperity, what is happening within all of the various jurisdictions, local governments, different sectors. So there are a lot of tracking metrics, tracking mechanisms that have to be a part of the process, and it should not only tie to the goals of the district or the particular jurisdiction, state and local government, but also how it ties to the administration's broader goals and the part it played in helping to further. So definitely metrics on the clean energy, climate, greenhouse gas side, but also all of the supporting metrics that shows how the economy is being transitioned.
And then in the Joint Office, we have a guide, the state plans, as I mentioned. As the requirement of the state plans, they had to submit within their plan what their goals were going to be in terms of making progress toward the 500,000 charging station goals that was submitted by the administration. And so we have a guideline that we can follow that's on paper that we can track and see where things are going. So that really helps quite a bit. And in terms of other metrics, as Dr. Lawrence mentioned, we prioritize equity and environmental justice very keenly within Joint Office. We know it's a major part of our work, and we are already strategizing and working with other offices within the DOE and DOT to develop those metrics around Justice 40. How we operationalize 40% of benefits. What does that mean? And so we are actively trying to think about those metrics. We're discussing with states and local governments, and we also have a very strong a community of nonprofits and organizations who have worked on the ground for years with underserved communities and disadvantaged populations to understand what those metrics look like. Because we know at the federal government, we're a big behemoth, and we don't have all the answers, but we do have the ability to push state and local governments to realize those metrics. And so we're working very closely with these organizations to make sure that we really truly make the impact that we want to see.
Turning our attention a little bit, I know that in the IIJA there was a large amount of money for clean energy demonstrations and looking at new energy. Care to share any information about that?
One of the new offices that was stood up as part of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law was the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, or OCED. And that's what they've been focusing on, new demonstrations in in rural and remote communities, demonstrations for like hydrogen, batteries, like all of the new emerging technologies as well. So that is a part of, you know, as part of the realignment, in the infrastructure hub, and they've been focused on that like a laser to clean energy demonstrations like on like former mine lands as one of the programs, and just some of the rural programs. So that is an ongoing initiative. They're very focused on it, and I think ideally after getting to demonstrations and proof of concept, it'll get to just, you know, the tagline, deploy, deploy, deploy. Yeah. So that's kind of where we want to get to.
I don't have anything to add to that. I would say that, one thing I would say is that, you know, at the Joint Office, we have been getting a lot of interest from private companies and organizations who want to talk about their latest and greatest battery technology, or latest and greatest car, or latest and greatest this and that. So now, as a trained engineer, I found this fascinating because I love hearing all these different like ways of like how we're gonna, you know, we have our next 500-mile, you know, car, or one car that can charge in 10 minutes too. You know, so we're hearing all the great ideas, and I think, you know, leveraging the private sector. We talk a lot about public-private partnerships and how the private sector needs to really work closely with the public sector to achieve these goals. And so we're seeing we're really leaning on and understanding from the private sector to see some of the great things that they're doing. But we also understand that we are trying to push them not just to focus on making money and new transition, but as the clean transition, but also making sure that the products that they put out are actually benefiting people. Because number one thing about transportation is you want to be able to get to your destination safely. You also want to get to your destination in a cost-effective and timely sort of manner. So making sure that all those three goals are key, no matter what you're putting out there, is a priority for the Joint Office and our colleagues at both DOE and DOT.
My last question before I open it up to the audience. One of the things that we're going to touch on later today are supply chain security issues. And how do you see, you know, certain current supply chain constraints, whether it's because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict or effects of COVID, or, you know, just people all now clamoring towards some of the same key resources? How do you see that affecting the implementation and the implementation of the IIJA and IRA and some of the goals that we have set there?
Yeah, great question. I would say supply chain has probably been in the forefront of our minds for at least since the pandemic started, and I think in the EV space this is very acute. As you know, the batteries are not cheap, and they require very rare earth minerals, cerium, cesium, that typically are mined in other countries. I believe China is probably the number one producer of many of these rare earth metals that go into batteries. And so thinking about, again, the geopolitical politics and, of course, supply chain and things, people getting sick from COVID and goods in terms of goods developed being made have slowed down significantly. That has affected the bottom line for many EV corporations in terms of their ability to generate and build cars that get on the road. You can talk to any of the big OEMs like Ford, GM, or even some of the more EV-targeted OEMs like Rivian, Lucid Motors, Lordstown Motors, and their goals that they had for putting EVs on the road has slowed down significantly, and so they've had to adjust their goals. And so then we're thinking about how do we, as these supply chain issues and other issues continue to be prevalent, how do we stay the course and make sure that we continue to push toward our goals? Now, it may not be as quickly as we actually hoped in the past, but we still want to set that North Star of greenifying our transportation system. And so having these continued conversations about what are the challenges in the supply chain, what are the challenges like the pandemic, how do they affect our way moving forward, and how do we adjust to ensure that we don't get derailed from our goals of greenifying our transportation system, which, as I mentioned earlier, is going to make a significant impact on our climate emissions. And even, and not just talking about climate, we're talking about air quality as well. Reduction of nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxides, all these pollutants that cause significant respiratory illnesses, particularly in disadvantaged communities, very acutely. So despite all these challenges, we have a goal to achieve. We have a North Star we want to hit. And whether it might take a little bit longer, or we have to strategize a different way due to challenges that exist in the world, we need to get there, and we need to keep that as a focus.
And this is another area of focus as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And one of the other offices that was stood up is the manufacturing and energy supply chain. So very key area of focus, looking at some of the critical minerals, as well as they issued a range of supply chain reports, and just focusing on domestic manufacturing, Build America, Buy America, those types of provisions. They've been like just things that can bring the jobs home, have that clear connection and partnership with the private sector to make it some actionable strategies that could really help to ease some of the supply chain challenges. So that's another area that will really help and is really needed to facilitate the transition.
If I may add, Dr. Lawrence, you brought up the really good issue about Buy America. And in the IRA particularly, I talked about the tax credits. And a lot of those tax credits have restrictions in terms of where the components of the battery and where the components of the minerals are going to need to be either mined or developed, particularly in with the United States, or majority of those have to be made with the United States. Now that has caused some, to be honest, some consternation within the OEMs because it kind of restricts, what can be available under the tax credits. Now, as I mentioned, the Treasury Department put out some language maybe within the last week that talks about what those tax credits can be used for. But a lot of companies have talked about, well, if we can only source only like certain percentage from that country, then many of the cars that we are building may not be available under the tax credit. So really thinking about that issue, and I think it's going to come up a bit more as companies start to put out more of the EVs on the road. So and understanding that if you're a new buyer for a new EV or even a used EV, understanding how that tax credit can be applied and where it can be applied is going to be very key. And at the Joint Office and within the DOT, we have the technical assistance to help with that, but that is something that to think about as well.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to open it up to questions from the audience. I saw this gentleman in the back's hand first, so we'll start with him. If you don't mind coming up to the microphone here so we can all hear you.
So you're talking about the $7.5 million for EV charging? Billion. It's a big number.
So she get it right, yes.
$2.5 billion of that is on the discretionary side. And so obviously the alternative fuel corridors need to be built out first. And just wondering when the JPO might have guidance with respect to the discretionary part. In my humble opinion, that's going to have your biggest impact on equity, getting into places where folks typically don't have those resources, and probably level 2 charges needed, but so there's a lot of questions. Hey, when's that going to come out? Because states are trying to think through how they're going to deploy. So your thoughts on that?
Thank you for that question. Yes, so we can't give a specific timeline on when that the funding opportunity for the community charging corridor is going to come out, but it's going to come out really soon. We're definitely actively working on the language now to ensure that when the discretionary, the $2.5 billion discretionary funds come out, it's going to be available for people to apply. So that's going to come out real soon. I can't give you an exact date. It's probably going to be likely later, sometime this year or early next year, but it will be out soon.
Good to see everyone. Great information. Thanks for having this great event. 2 quick things. One, I just want to reemphasize the urgency to get the community charging out. We're doing a presentation tomorrow. The gaps in DC alone are very significant. Over 200 chargers, maybe 2 or 3 in Ward 8, very few in Ward 7, very few in Ward 5. And if we're not intentional, we're not close, and we're not aggressive very soon, in 3 years or 4 years, folks are going to say the articles will be about charging deserts like it is food and bank deserts. And if we're not aggressive soon, we're going to have a really bad problem. The second thing I just wanted to say is around the workforce development part. Just making sure that as we get to the states, that they're more aggressive around the diversity and inclusion part, whether it's workforce or business utilization, because all these states have, some are not as aggressive as others in that space. I know DC is great, but our office represents, as you know, beyond just DC. And so we got a new governor in Maryland, so I know he's gonna be forefront, and we're gonna be the wind beneath their wings, yelling and screaming, bringing minority and women businesses and the stakeholders. So anything you all can do on that, and keep pushing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next year is too late.
Hi, thank you very much for everything. That was fantastic. This is a question for you, Richard.
Okay.
Some of the more difficult sectors of transportation that I think of to decarbonize are things like aviation and also large cargo ships. I'm curious what the Joint Office has in mind to attack those really difficult problems.
Thank you for that question. So on the aviation and marine front, we don't have a specific aim and mandate for those industries, but we do understand that they're going to be a key part of the transition. So I think one example I can give you is that we're seeing, particularly on the port side, a significant increase in electrification of ports. We're seeing the electrification of trucks and heavy duty, which transports goods from warehouses to the port or outward as they go out to the community, to the stores. We're seeing electrification of that as well, and that's a significant impact on air quality around those ports. If you see recent studies that particularly many people from disadvantaged communities live near ports and are impacted by the high emissions that come from ships and diesel trucks. So I think kind of indirectly, as we look to electrify transportation and focus on heavy duty as part of that, you'll see some improvement there as well.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Sayla. I just want to say thanks again for y'all sharing just such amazing insights on these two pieces of climate legislation. My question is related to the interest that gas utilities have had on hydrogen, clean hydrogen, green hydrogen. There's a lot of different terms for it. And I'd be interested in all three of your perspectives if there's time. A lot of gas utilities seem to view green hydrogen as a lifeline, as a replacement of gas, as a way that they can kind of keep hold in the clean energy transition. But depending on your perspective, some skeptics might view it as something that could be a lot more dangerous, might not be considered as climate compatible with, like the district's climate goals. And that also could be a delay to some more safe and equitable and efficient electrification options, especially when you look at building electrification. But it also has implications on sustainable transit, like the previous question kind of addressed. So I'm just curious if you all have any perspectives on that, and especially Chairman Thompson, because I do think Washington Gas has some interest in this area, because the BIO has a hydrogen hub provision that Washington Gas has expressed interest in building in the DMV. So any perspectives y'all have to share, I'm just very curious about. Thank you.
Okay, well, no, that's a great question. No, I think, seriously, that's a great question, and thank you for it. I think what I'm prepared to say right now is that there's still a lot we don't know about this space, and rather than make a judgment one way or another, a lot of the monies that we talked about kind of with the clean energy demonstrations, a lot of this will tell us what we need to know about green hydrogen and its applicability going forward. And so, I think it's good that they're looking at other avenues. Is this the right avenue? I don't know yet. The science will be the guiding post, but it will have to be compatible with our clean energy vision. And so that's what we are committed to here at the PSC, and that's what we're going to do.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just agree. Of course, you referenced a lot of the hydrogen hub provisions in bill and just the infrastructure components that, as, with the linkage to like the gas companies, just like looking at the existing infrastructure and, as part of the transition. So definitely there's a whole team, just really researching and looking at like the analytical components of hydrogen, green, the electrolysis that's involved, and like all of the different technologies. So this is an area that the conversation will keep going. We're definitely wanting to think through just how it can assist with as one of the technologies going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we'll take one more question from the line, and I know the People's Council has a question as well.
Thank you. Hi. I have a question regarding, because it seems that the ideal is still about economic growth and to ensure that all of these strategies are carried out and maintained not at the expense of economic growth, but rather maybe even in some cases as a catalyst for economic growth, even if there's increasing consensus that not ending economic growth or infinite economic growth is not compatible with sustainable futures. So my question is essentially, how much of a discussion is there around questioning the economic system that is at the root cause, and also the infrastructure that we have that is at the root cause of the climate crisis, and how much of a discussion is that in the policy developments that are being developed now?
Mm-hmm. I'll take a crack at that. So I mentioned some of my earlier remarks about multimodalism and how that should be a key part moving forward. There's definitely a lot of people, especially in the planning space, who are very skeptical of EVs because they just kind of build upon the car-centric nature that kind of defines American transportation, and we need to look at other non-automotive ways of getting people to move around. Now that's a bigger discussion because it trying to answer the question not only precludes like how we build our next electric vehicles or bus or bikes or scooters, but also land use planning and how we build more walkable and sustainable communities. That all has to be a part of the discussion, and that's a big shift from kind of how planning has been done over the last 100 years in this country. And I advocate 100% for that. And if that means, maybe we don't have as many EVs as we thought we should, then that's great, because I think it's important to have that a multimodalism, multiple ways for people to get around and not just kind of build upon the planning behaviors that have kind of built our country today. Yeah. So I think this is very important. Now the bigger question is your second question about kind of the model of economic growth and infinite growth. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the most qualified person to talk about that, but it's definitely something that I do think needs to have discussion if we're really thinking about what kind of world do you want to leave for our children, our children's children in the future. So I do appreciate that you asked that question, and I think that's going to require some robust discussion moving forward.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson, and thank you, presenters. This has been very informative. I am the People's Counsel for the District of Columbia. One of the questions that I wanted to pose is, and it's something that keeps me up at night, is how are we going to ensure that all of these billions of dollars that are at the federal level actually are disseminated to local consumers? What I am fearful of, and you've talked about it a little, is where you're going to have a double dip, so that there will be the industry and private companies that really benefit from this money, but consumers do not really see the benefits equally. And Dr. Lawrence, I know because you're familiar with DC, you know that that's a problem in the District of Columbia, where we have really good programs, and when you compare them across the country, you would say, oh, well, there's no problem here. but so few partake. And I applaud you because it seems that you're building a framework and establishing protocols that should result in that. But how do you actually ensure that it gets to the people, gets to the consumers, that it's designed to benefit? That's my question. And I know it's a theoretical question, and I know you don't have the actual answer, but I'd like you to keep that in mind as you move forward, and making certain that you, the federal, not you personally, but the federal government touches base at the grassroots level. You know, not just with, you know, the NGOs that have been around forever, but actual people. And I'm glad to hear that you have focus groups and that you're reaching out, but just making certain that you reach, you know, the appropriate people. And again, this was really, really informative, and I appreciate it, and I will be reaching out to you, you know, also. Okay, thank you.
Yes, well said, and totally agree. That is one of the key points. And our secretary, Jennifer Granholm, she's been laser focused on energy communities, how we are interacting with communities, like state, local governments, but also communities, which is where a lot of the action happens in developing like action plans, but then also to be the recipients of a lot of these benefits and incentives. So just the transparency, the accountability, the predictability of all of these incentives and opportunities, that is something that we intend to track. So your reminder is very much well taken.
And I can say the same for Secretary Buttigieg and DOT. You know, he's in his speeches that he's made, many times he talks about you know, historical inequities and how at the DOT there needs to be a priority. We need to prioritize making sure that we really reduce the impact that it's had on communities. So I think we have an administration that is and leaders in both the DOE and DOT that understand what their impact is and how things in the past have not led to the outcomes that we want to achieve, especially in the communities that you mentioned. So we have a great leadership, and we have a great team members who understand moving forward that, you know, communities need to be prioritized, and we need to really make it now. We need to make it a top priority to make sure that those benefits get to them. However that needs to happen, we need to make sure that's done.
Well, thank you. You know, I think the sign of a good panel is when you still have questions that need to be answered. I believe we're taking a short break now, and so for those of you who didn't get a chance to ask your question, I will be in the lobby area as well as Dr. Lawrence and Dr. Ezeki, so please feel free to catch us in. But thank you. 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with our next panel.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income-qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open lot, open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters. And so without CREF, all of those people would be excluded from the renewable energy market. So CREF enables all district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our next panel. Can everyone please take their seats?
Right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop.
Everyone please take your seats. We need you to sit. Thank you very much.
Your choice.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve.
Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Dr. Lawrence, thank you again, and good to see you. Again, good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you had an opportunity to do a little networking and enjoy the very short break. But we are ready for our second panel of the day, and the title of the second panel is Workforce and Supply Chain Development. We touched on this a little bit in our first panel. We're going to go deep at the state level in this second panel. The DC Public Service Commission aims to be a part of the solution to developing and supporting a diverse workforce and supply chain that pushes forward the district's clean energy goals while maintaining a safe, reliable, and affordable and resistant infrastructure. This discussion will explore investment and economic opportunities in all communities. Our moderator today is from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Commissioner Jamal Hudson. Commissioner Hudson is serving in his first term on the Virginia State Corporation Commission. In this role, he is one of 3 commissioners regulating utilities, insurance, state-chartered financial institutions, securities, retail franchising, and the newly enacted Virginia Health Benefit Exchange. Thank you for doing so much when we only have to regulate the utilities here in the city. Prior to being elected to the commission, Judge Hudson was Vice President of Government Affairs at the National Hydropower Association. He was a regulatory practitioner for 10 years, managing public policy issues at FERC, where he held several roles, including Director of Government Affairs. Judge Hudson earned his bachelor's from Adelphi University and his Juris Doctorate from the Vermont Law School, and his LLM in taxation from Georgetown University Law Center. I want to welcome Judge Hudson to the panel today, to the podium, and he will introduce the esteemed panel that we have gathered today. Thank you very much. Ben, how you doing?
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction, and thank you all for being here today. As mentioned, I'm Judge Jamal Hudson, Chairman of the Virginia State Corporation Commission, and Before I begin, I just want to personally thank Chairman Thompson for allowing me to moderate this very important panel discussion today. As new technologies emerge, investing in clean energy will allow the district to support policy goals for years to come. There will be opportunities to integrate diversity, equity, inclusion during the transition, to enhance workforce pipelines for the demand of clean tech jobs, and build equitable supply chains. But what can the district do? Well, today we have three important experts who will help us answer that question. First, we have Constance Thompson, Senior Vice President of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Justice at the American Council on Renewable Energy. Next, we have Arlen Harrell, Deputy Chief of Innovation and Partnership at the DC Department of Employment Services. And last, but certainly not least, we have Tobias Whitney, Vice President of Strategy and Policy at the Fortress Information Security. Please help me give them a warm round of applause. So I think the best way to start this panel is just for each one of you to just kind of give a little bit of an overview of all the great work that you do at your organizations. And let's start with you, Ms. Thompson.
Okay, good afternoon. Constance Thompson. I have the pleasure of serving as the Senior Vice President for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Justice with the American Council on Renewable Energy, ACORE. So at ACORE, what we do is we unite finance, policy, and technology through our corporate members. We don't have individual members, we have corporate members. Our jam is collaborative advocacy. So with the passage of the IRA, we're pretty excited about that. And our main mission is to facilitate a just and equitable renewable energy transition. My role at ACORE focuses on three major things. The first is that we have an Accelerate membership program. Very proud of this. 2 years ago it was started. The program is focused on supporting the success of small and emerging women, Black, Indigenous, and people of color-owned renewable energy companies. So for the past 2 years, we've brought in 10 to 15 companies from across the nation. And what we've done is introduce them to the leaders that are our members. So our members are individuals who touch every aspect of a renewable energy transaction. These are financial organizations, major companies, corporations. Don't want to call individually out, but you can, acore.org, you can check that out with that. But these are individuals that make business happen. And through this program, we introduce these leaders, these founders of these companies to these leaders. But in addition, what we do is that we help them with some of the things, some of the topics that perhaps small emerging companies in this space struggle with. Tax equity. What is it to structure a deal? How do you really talk to a company? We also have an aspect of this program that we do in partnership with Renewables Forward, which is a leading diversity, equity, inclusion coalition within renewable energy, and all of their members are C-suite leaders. So C-suite leaders meaning either the founders, the CEOs, or a C-suite level person with the company. Most of the people that we've been able to engage in this, it's an executive partnership program, executive mentoring program. So our founders and CEOs are partnered with founders and CEOs of leading renewable energy companies to be able to foster an understanding of the business environment, but also so those partners can understand what small renewable energy companies go through. And they also can play a role in helping to facilitate a more just and equitable transition through this partnership. We also provide complimentary membership to ACORE. And the thing that our members, I'm not sure how I feel about this, get the most out of this program is meeting one another, supporting one another. So this program has been in place 2 years, roughly. We are actually recruiting for our third cohort. The deadline to apply is today, acore.org/accelerate. And if you need an extension, let me know. Let's see what we can do on that as well. So we're bringing in 10 new companies into this ecosystem. But the thing that our members are sharing that they enjoy the most is meeting one another, supporting one another in this safe environment, but most importantly, feeling like they are a part of this transition to a renewable energy economy. They're developers. Some of them are individuals that help consult on large-scale projects. And some of our members are individuals that do unique things to facilitate the transition. acore.org/accelerate. The nominations are there, and you can learn a bit about our members. The other part of our work that we do that I think is quite relevant to the conversation today is we just released in December of 2022 a study of the renewable energy manufacturing supply chain from an equity and inclusion. www.acore.org/accelerate. It's there. But what's unique about this study is that we wanted to look at how diverse the supply chain really is where it isn't diverse, and what are manufacturers really doing in this space to diversify their supply chains. Some pretty interesting outcomes. We'll share a little bit more about that during our conversation today. But the biggest thing that we heard is that they are struggling to help develop companies, but also to partner with companies as it relates to their qualifications to get into their supply chain. And last but not least, our lens on this work is a restorative justice approach, meaning there's an opportunity for wealth creation, an unprecedented opportunity for wealth creation. And we think focusing on entrepreneurship, particularly with women and BIPOC leaders in this, is our way of saying rubber hits the road. If you mean it, this is what you need to do. So I'm looking forward to the conversation today.
Good afternoon. My name is Arlen Harrell. I am the Deputy Chief of Innovation and Partnership at the DC Department of Employment Services. And in that role, I oversee the Bureau of Innovation and Partnership, which includes the DC Infrastructure Academy as our first pillar. The DC Infrastructure Academy was launched in March of 2018 as a signature initiative of Mayor Muriel Bowser with the sole purpose of training district residents for jobs in the infrastructure industry. Since our launch in 2018, we have trained over 4,000 district residents in a multitude of trainings, including our Quick Path to Energy and our Quick Path to Technology and our Quick Path to Solar. We have partnerships with all of the major utilities in the district, including DC Water, Washington Gas, and WMATA, and of course our premier partnership with PEPCO. The DC Infrastructure Academy is a model of a program where we are working to create a public-private partnership. As I mentioned, we have trained over 4,000 district residents in trainings, and they have gone directly into employment opportunities at all of the companies that I named, as well as additional companies in the DC region. One of the things that we are proud of, the most proud of out of the DC Infrastructure Academy, is that we provide a stipend for our training. So not only is the training completely free to district residents, but you also receive $16.10 an hour while you're training. That's please.
Fantastic. Absolutely.
And that is due to a generous investment from Mayor Bowser and her administration, understanding the value of the learn and earn model. We have learned through the work that we've done that one of the barriers to people taking advantage of programs like this is that they can't go through these programs and sustain their livelihood and their families at the same time. And the goal of the DC Infrastructure Academy is to eliminate as many of those barriers as we possibly can to make sure that we're creating pathways to the middle class. The other pillar of the work that I do is our Office of Talent and Client Services out of the DC Department of Employment Services. In that role, I oversee an amazing team whose entire job is to work with businesses in the region to hire district residents. We provide concierge service, including hiring opportunity, hiring fairs, job screening. We also provide resume writing opportunities for businesses in the region, and we provide amazing programs like our work experience program, which a business can come to us and we will help them to screen district residents to work for them. And then we provide a training wage of $16.10 an hour for up to 4 months while they're working for the employer. There's no obligation for the employer at the end of that 4 months, but we do obviously hope that you keep and retain the employees. And then we also have our on-the-job training program, which is kind of an extension of the work experience program, kind of for your second tier employees, someone who's a district resident who may be first level, ground level entry into your company, but is trying to move into the next level. And with that program, the company will pay the person's salary or wages, and then they are reimbursed on a monthly basis by the district up to 75% of those wages for 6 months. And so I highlight those two programs because one of the challenges we have, and people know that in this space, a lot of the companies aren't large companies that are doing this type of work, and they're looking to try to diversify their workforce. And these are programs that the district has that we can not only help you to find trained individuals and help train individuals for you, we can also help you to get them on your payroll and to continue to keep them on your payroll to provide opportunities for people in the district. And so since we're giving shout outs to email address or to websites, the first one would be DCIA@dc.gov for the DC Infrastructure Academy, and then talent@dc.gov for the Office of Talent and Client Services. And I also look forward to continuing this conversation.
Okay.
Wow.
I learned a ton from both of you all. Just honored to be on this panel and appreciate the opportunity to share some ideas and thoughts. I'm Tobias Whitney, and I'm the Vice President of Strategy and Policy at Fortress Information Security. I've been in and around this industry for a better part of 25 years, focused on two primary areas, which is technology associated with SCADA systems, so those are the supervisory and control and data acquisition systems that operate the grid, and making sure that those systems comport with relevant policies. So I spent quite a bit of time working 2 floors down from here, I think, maybe 3 floors down, with NERC, North American Electrical Liability Corporation, was responsible for all the critical infrastructure protection standards and compliance activities, so the cybersecurity of the grid. So I've taken that background. With Fortress, our primary focus is illuminating supply chains, securing supply chains. There's quite a few challenges that we're tackling through Fortress. Many of them are associated with the infrastructure and making sure that we're addressing the appropriate types of risk management activities to secure that infrastructure. There's 3 types of prevailing risks that we typically see. One is provenance. It's a fancy term for understanding the origins of where our technologies are coming from. We talked a little bit about that earlier. As we go cleaner and greener, we also need to know that we are looking at different types of geopolitical risks associated with that. Quite a bit of that technology is manufactured and developed in places of the world that we have enhanced focus around, I'll put it that way. So that's an area of focus. Another area of focus is making sure that we understand the availability issues of supply chain. There's quite a few challenges in terms of just making sure that the technologies are available, such as transformers and relays and RTUs and all the things that we need to keep the grid operational. We're at a unique stage from that perspective, a high-risk stage from that perspective. A lot of smaller utilities are struggling to make sure that they have the right quantities of certain technologies to make sure that the grid is operational. And then the third piece, and probably the biggest piece of focus within Fortress, is securing supply chains. And there's a lot of focus around what exactly that means. So if you look at a technology today, when you go out and buy anything that you're going to use on the grid, whether it's from a transmission or distribution perspective, for all intents and purposes, you're buying a black box. You don't know exactly what's inside of it. Our goal is to make that box much more transparent, so you know the components inside of it. You know the software and hardware components that help give you a better understanding of what technologies are actually associated with that particular product. Is this really an American company? Is it really manufactured in the United States, or was it just assembled here and all the other parts come from other places of the world that we have concerns about? So I'll touch on that. And then the fourth piece, I should have said that in the beginning, the fourth piece, which is related to our supply chain security work, is to vet suppliers. We vetted probably over 50,000 suppliers all across the United States. One of the biggest challenges that we've seen, that I've seen up close and personal, is that as we do more work on the grid, whether it be at the transmission or distribution level, the level of sophistication in terms of the supplier, the vendor's controls, cybersecurity controls, increases. And the last thing that we want to see as those opportunities become more and more available through the various ways that DOE and other organizations are funding activities on the grid, is for all of these vendors that have qualifications to support the development of distribution grid and renewable energies, that they can't get into the game because they can't pass a security inspection. They can't prove that they can handle all the data in manners that's secure and meets today's regulatory requirements. So that's the perspective I'll share today, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for those informative overviews. That was really, really helpful. If you were here for our earlier panel, there was a lot of discussion about the supply chain disruptions, particularly with Ukraine and China. So what I'd like to pose to this panel is, the pandemic was a real eye-opener for the nation's supply chain inefficiencies. So do we need to reduce our reliance on imports and revisit our untapped domestic manufacturing capabilities in order to move the nation's clean energy initiatives forward and reduce our vulnerability to the production storages, trade disruptions, and natural disasters? I know that's a handful there.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll start first on that. I think one of the first steps is giving industry much more information about their choices. As I started in my opening, I mentioned that we're buying a lot of black boxes out there. Industry doesn't really understand where that's coming from. Well, in order to make informed decisions about what you're importing, where you're buying technology from, you need to know what the technology is in the first place at its most fundamental aspect. So I think understanding that, having an ability to inquire with your manufacturer, having the ability to see whether or not your manufacturer is comporting with today's regulations, especially all the initiatives to buy America, build America, and then from there, understand what are the cost implications. I mean, of course we want to make sure that we're bringing as many of these jobs home as we can, but the double-edged sword of that is, can we have a marketplace where there's opportunities for folks that might be priced at a higher price point can get some relief from a competitive marketplace perspective. So that's a big piece. The other piece is making sure that you have transparency on the various organizations that you're associated with. Right now, if you want to get more feedback on making a risk-based decision on a particular technology, who do you go to make those decisions? So one of the things that we're working on at Fortress is providing many more options for the average utility company. We work with companies like Southern Company, Excel, Exelon right here in our backyards here, to make sure that this type of information that I'm talking about is much more accessible to the engineers, the designers, and the folks that are building out the new infrastructure of America.
You know, from our perspective, I mentioned the study that we released on understanding how to diversify the renewable energy manufacturing supply chain in our country. The answer is yes, but the answer is that it's critically yes from our perspective. There are security challenges that we're facing with this. There are some of the things that we uncovered as a back part of the study was that there are companies that are owned by individuals who aren't domestically based, but yet they're qualified as domestic manufacturers, right? And we're not going to go deep into that because I think that's pretty clear. One of the facts from the study was that out of the 658 utility scale wind, solar manufacturers and battery storage, we found 12 in our research of looking at government databases and other databases that were around that we could solidly say from this study were qualified NWBEs. And when we go deeper into that, and all this is in the study, when we go deeper into that to understand why, we did interviews with quite a few of these company leads that were in charge of supply chains. And many of them said that they face challenges in qualification, certification, in working with them. Many of them said they're looking for a way to do this better. They're even open to collaborating with one another to do this better. So what that said to us is that they're out there. They're just not being looked at in the appropriate lens of being qualified. And so that means it's there, it is an opportunity. One of the things I think, and I guess we'll talk about this later with the IRA, that this is an awesome opportunity for wealth creation within communities of color, pride in clean energy services for smaller companies. This is clearly an opportunity for us. And when you look at some of the grants that are being offered, some of the funding that's being offered by many of our government agencies, it squarely fits into what's happening here. So the bad news is that there aren't enough. The good news is that there's probably more than we think. And the great news is that we have an opportunity to truly empower our communities through the development of entrepreneurs and companies in this space.
Thank you, thank you. That's actually a great response to lead me into my next question, which is, when we talk about strengthening clean energy supply chains that can help historically disadvantaged communities, what sectors can provide the most benefit? And if you guys can talk about the opportunities, the challenges, and any policy considerations on those sectors.
Yeah, I'd love to speak on that. You know, one of the great things about the DC Infrastructure Academy is that we have the flexibility to alter and change our trainings based off of the needs of the industry. And so as we talk about clean energy and things like that, that's all infrastructure, and it can all be infrastructure in different ways. As my director says all the time, water is infrastructure, don't let anybody tell you differently. And so we truly believe that. And so the great thing about that is that as the the needs are changing and the different industries are building up, we are able to change our programs and to provide additional opportunities for our graduates. And the reason that that's important in this context is because of the types of people that we're serving. DC Infrastructure Academy is located in Ward 8. It has been there since we opened, and it's there for a reason. We are in an area that has generally been underserved. We are in a very diverse community, and we understand that there are people in this community who need these opportunities. One of the things about infrastructure and clean energy and a lot of the jobs that we're talking about and these opportunities we're talking about is that a lot of folks haven't been exposed to these types of opportunities. And so one of the things that we try to do on a consistent basis is bring in companies to meet with our participants so that they understand. You don't know that there's a job in solar panel installation if nobody in your neighborhood has solar panels and you've never even seen one up close, right? And so there are a lot of times there are pipelines that seem to be closed off to certain communities just because of a lack of exposure. And so that's one of the things that we do at the DC Infrastructure Academy is to provide these opportunities and to show people that there are pathways that are outside of the traditional pathways when you think of just infrastructure. It's not all about just building roads and things like that. It is, clean water, it is wastewater reduction, it is solar panel installation and things like that. And so for the DC Infrastructure Academy and the work that we're doing, I think that, we definitely see that there's an opportunity for diversity and to diversify and to expand the opportunities for those of all communities, particularly, and I'll say this, communities of color, communities who have traditionally been left out of this type of work because of lack of exposure.
Mm-hmm. I think solar is the one that we all want to agree with. And I'm not going to talk down on solar, but we have a solar inundation of things, maybe not in the right communities. But I think when we look at solar, the mass opportunities there, not only at the entry level, but more at the level of white collar roles as well. I think wind is something that we're sleeping on. The wind companies are really moving towards diversifying their workforce across the realm. They're willing to put their money and their mouth where it is in supporting the training and development, particularly in the safety realm, and also going into communities talking about wind, because wind is not something that's really in many underserved communities like wind. But there are a lot of opportunities there, battery storage as well, I would say. And some of those opportunities are listed in this report that we have. In addition, there was a report that was about 2-3 years ago that was released that talks about the workforce demographics. It was released, the Alliance to Save Energy, Association of Blacks in Energy, the Solar Industries Association, the Black Owners of Solar Services Group. Look it up. It's a really great report, and it actually breaks it down from underserved communities, those from certain race, ethnic groups in regards to where the roles are, the percentage of those roles, and if we look at growth from a very direct standpoint, what those growth opportunities are. But the one thing that we've noticed in talking to our members, and then I should say this, many of us in the space that I'm in, American Council on Renewable Energy, Clean Energies Buyer Association, the Solar Industries Association, American Clean Power, we're looking at this. Our members, which are like some of your largest developers in solar, wind, battery storage, and others, are saying to us, we are not really clear on where the alignment is between other sectors and what a technician does. Where's the alignment where that we can view this as a whole, not just as a separate entity? So there's a problem there. There's a challenge, and really talking to one another to say this is a critical challenge for our nation. Where do these requirements for these roles align? The other piece is safety, and this gets to, I think, Tobias, what you were talking about. There's a lot of safety risks in this that aren't addressed in some of these development programs that we really need to look at. But yet it's an opportunity for us. This is an opportunity for businesses owned by people of color and communities that are focused on helping develop workforce. This is an opportunity for the Department of Labor to pull people together in a collective impact approach to say we need to solve this together, and we'll fund it if you come to us for funding opportunities together. The other piece that we are seeing a trend in is that these companies, I'll use Wind as an example, are willing to come together to say, you train them in the way we need them trained, we'll hire them. We'll do our own other training. We'll hire them. Can you imagine the economic impact that would have if you were able to pull together training providers, these leading wind companies that are working in the wind space, the Department of Labor or other groups, and then these nonprofits? Can you imagine the collective impact that would have if we did something like that, and how that would expedite our opportunity to increase these opportunities, these employment opportunities in our communities?
Yeah, just real quick, working with some of the larger investor-owned utilities, I think one of the things that we may not see on its face is that there's a different type of technology background that's necessary to fulfill some of these newer opportunities in renewables, distributed energy resources, microgrids, energy storage. Any of those technologies I just rattled off don't look like your traditional coal-fired facility, your transmission line. They don't look like those skill sets. So a lot of the skill sets that folks may have today that are considered traditional IT may be very much applicable to the renewable, clean, green, distributed energy functionality of what we're going to see tomorrow. So now it's about matching terminology, it's about matching a lexicon, making sure that the words that you use dovetail with the operations and the technologies that the utility company is looking for. So in other words, don't just assume that you can't go after these opportunities if you're entrepreneurs that do certain things. You'll be surprised how relevant your skill set could be applicable to some of these newer technologies.
So I want to bring the conversation back to supply chain, and Tobias, maybe you can lead off with answering this question first, and then we can ask the other panelists to chime in as well. Some may say that our supply chain needs a serious fix. So who would need to be included in the unprecedented supply chain development coordination to avoid duplicating efforts, identify and address gaps, and leverage lessons learned from compatible workforce growth in other sectors?
Yeah, there's a lot there. One of the pieces is recognizing the different needs of the grid and the fact that a lot of what we see in critical infrastructure right now from an electric power perspective is very dynamic. Smaller utilities, rural co-ops and munis don't have the deep pockets to be able to negotiate huge transformer deals at scale and huge deals to get significant amounts of infrastructure that they can store or potentially hoard in some cases. And we see this as a real challenge in our supply chain availability issues because the larger the company, the deeper the pockets, the less challenges that you have in terms of technologies that you can put back on the grid when you need them. The smaller companies, man, if we have a major hurricane or snowstorm or something that's going to put us on our backs for a while, we might have some significant challenges in certain parts of the nation. So I think it's going to be a combination of resources and agencies that need to really encircle this particular challenge. So one, I mentioned, the APPAs and our ECAs of the world, public power, the rural electric co-ops of the world, because I think they have a better sense, especially in their footprint, of how to leverage some of the emerging technologies, DER, microgrids, things of that nature. Secondly, we need to definitely have the investor-owned perspective. They have deeper pockets, have a broader capability to manage infrastructure within their footprint, I think is a huge piece. And then I think we need some, maybe this might not be incredibly popular to say, but I think we need to make sure that our policies are aligned. Part of my initial discussion we talked about a little bit earlier in the previous panel is that you can't say buy America, build America, and you can't say we need to go clean and green all in the same sentence, because what that creates is a paradox. How can I go clean and green if 90% of the energy storage batteries that I would use on my microgrid deployment are in Southeast Asia? So we've created a little bit of a challenge for ourselves. These policies are well intended, but I think we need to go deeper and understand what specifically are we trying to achieve. Because right now, if it's about energy storage, it's about batteries, which is absolutely key for our renewable infrastructure and vehicles, then we need to have some give and takes with that. We have to recognize that we're in a global market associated with that, and understand when we can introduce Build America, Buy America for certain technologies that may or may not always reside within those areas. So that was some of my high level thoughts along those lines.
Thank you.
This is not my area of expertise, but and I'm making a point not to speak on things that are my area of expertise. But I will say that the sooner that we can get these challenges rectified, the sooner that we can provide opportunities for the people in the country that need to get to work. The people who are being hurt by this the most are the people that programs like mine serve. And so whatever we have to do to get these challenges smoothed over to be able to provide opportunities, we need to make sure that that happens. And I know that at the district level, at least, that the Bowser administration is definitely behind whatever efforts are needed to make that happen.
The other part.
Oh, sorry,
go ahead. Go ahead.
The residents, Tobias, this is what by show of hands, Peak Coalition. Does that say anything to anybody in this room? Does anybody know what the Peak Coalition is? Somebody's got a hand like this. Okay. So the Peak Coalition was established by a group of residents in the New York, New Jersey area to address the impact of climate change in their communities and poor and vulnerable communities. These were a group of community organizers. These were a group of professionals who knew what climate change was, could speak to it a little bit, just enough to be dangerous, and they pulled together, and you'll hear me say this again, in a collective impact approach to say, not in our community anymore. They educated residents on what climate change was. They went door to door. They weren't afraid. Many of them weren't protesting. They just would show up at meetings and ask the right questions. So my answer to that question is, it's the community residents. The people in the communities, once you educate about what climate change is and the benefits and the harms, they'll act. So I think they need to be a critical part of these conversations because they do make change happen. The other piece that I would say is that you need to involve these workforce training groups. What I've discovered over the past year, there are a lot of workforce training groups led by individuals from the Hispanic community, individuals from the Black community, individuals from the Asian community. They're doing it on this small scale, training people, getting them jobs, finding employers who are guaranteeing employment, and leveraging government resources to make sure this happens. I'm going to get a shout out to Robert Wallace with the Power 52 Foundation out of Baltimore. Robert is transforming lives and communities through the way that he is training individuals using a holistic approach, meaning to be a part of Robert's technician training program for solar or whatever you're doing. Robert has 52 principles, and some of those focus on what you need to do to be a good worker, a good person, now be a good person of faith, but also to be someone that is going to do something with your life and make a difference in this world. He uses that as a part of the training. He partners with leading other workforce trainers on this curriculum. He is now changing lives in the British Virgin Islands, Baltimore, Chicago. He's working with this amazing workforce training program in Chicago and other areas. And his model is pretty simple. You involve the people in the community, you tell them that they're worth something, you give them a roadmap to it and a roadmap to some economic prosperity, you got a winning combination. So I think that that's what needs to be involved and engaged.
Thank you, thank you. So a big theme that we've been hearing today is a lot of the recent federal legislation. And since we're in the nation's capital, I think it's only fitting that we kind of talk about at least the Inflation Reduction Act. and through my research, of course, I read all 1,000 pages of Inflation Reduction Act.
Oh, wow.
I noticed 3 important provisions that were in there that I think will be worth discussing. And one is basically that there are bonus credits for solar projects on federally subsidized affordable housing projects and in low-income communities. It creates a new clean energy and sustainability accelerator that will seed local clean energy financing institutions while prioritizing over 50% of its investment in disadvantaged communities. And it also expands the clean tax credits and includes bonus credits for businesses that pay workers a prevailing wage and hire using registered apprenticeship programs. And so my question to the panel is, can anyone discuss the interplay between the Inflation Reduction Act and how it may be helpful to these communities?
Yeah, I mean, everything you just said. But really, the opportunity to leverage, particularly like some of the work that we do, again, the DC Infrastructure Academy, training opportunities around things like solar, DC's Solar for All program through the Department of Energy and Environment. Our partnership SolarWorks is the program that actually runs out of the Infrastructure Academy. And then the Office of Talent and Client Services, where all of these companies who are now being asked through the Inflation Reduction Act to hire people and to pay a prevailing wage, we have programs and opportunities to help them find district residents who are qualified and trained and to connect them to get into these opportunities. And to do that in a way where it doesn't cost the company anything to do that. So there's not the excuse that, or I shouldn't say excuse, but that a small company isn't prohibited from using our services to fill their employment needs. And so the work that we're doing is always trying to do outreach to make sure that these small solar companies, these upstart companies, and not just solar, but other renewable energies as well, know about the work that we do and that we can provide, and that we can help them get their employees, But then they can also come to us, as I mentioned before, and say, hey, I have got some jobs that are opening up in this specific field, and you have a general training that kind of meets some of those requirements, but can you add this little training that would make these people more palatable for not just me, but some of my competitors as well? Because a lot of times you can't hire all the people, but you know there are the people who can. And that's one of the things that we're able to do. We can be flexible, we can change our trainings, we do it on a regular basis. And so I think the interplay between both of those are the work that we do every day through the Bureau of Innovation and Partnerships. And we're excited about it. We have utilized federal dollars recently in the past. I would like to talk a little bit about ARPA dollars, who have helped to double the budget for the DC Infrastructure Academy. Some of those funds are also being used to build out a new facility that will be going into Ward 5 here in DC in the old Spingarn High School. We'll be more than doubling the space, being able to train hundreds more district residents on an annual basis. We are also, Mayor Bowser just released the findings of the Build Back Better Task Force. And two of those findings were to provide a green energy academy, as well as double the size of the DC Infrastructure Academy. So, we are definitely paying attention to what's happening on the federal level and the funding that's being available, and making sure that the district is answering in kind with ideas and opportunities to use those dollars to better the lives of residents.
We have a member of my program, so if you get to know me, I love to brag about our members because they're doing cool work, right? We have several members that have been able to leverage the tax equity STEM part of the IRA, but also the bonus credits that come. Actually, they are the bonus credit, right? But we have one member, 548, out of Chicago, who has been able to partner with several tax equity groups, with the state of Illinois and with the city of Chicago, to use the IRA to develop a workforce institute that is going to help train individuals and provide jobs for individuals to put solar on homes and businesses in several wards in Chicago that are really needing it. So these are underserved communities. We have another member, NSAI Energy, who is the sole representative for the only African-American solar panel manufacturer in the U.S., U.S. owned. And they are working with farmers in rural communities to leverage several aspects. So they're working with Elan Renewables and Arcadia to be able to conduct solar projects in rural communities across the U.S. The last one I will mention, we have a member company that's in Texas, and what they do is go into Spanish-speaking communities and talk about the benefits of solar. The IRA is going to be able to help companies like Suntex to do this work and expand renewable energy into communities where they may not have ever had. So one of the examples they give me is like, you have to talk to Abuela before you talk to anybody else. And she won't let anybody else in the house talk unless she gets it. And they have built their chops in being able to have that type of conversation and educate on renewable energy so that we can use some of the policies that have been passed and some of the tax benefits there, so that we create these communities that are energy efficient, they're making money, and they are fans of renewable energy. So those are some of the examples from our point.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a couple things. One of the things I mentioned earlier is that there's many opportunities for small businesses to really increase the scale of work that they do with utilities, but may not always be able to comply with some of the sensitive data handling requirements and security requirements of utilities. So one of the things that we're working on is a way to help assess applicable suppliers that have the ability to work with large utilities. Once that assessment is complete, we'll give them an understanding of their security score, how well they comport with relevant standards, such as the Critical Infrastructure Protection Standards in Executive Order 1428 as it relates to software bill of materials. And then we match them with organizations that can get them placed with large investor-owned or large munis or large rural electric co-ops that have jobs and opportunities for them to increase their scope of delivery of solutions. So we're working with Burns & Mac, and we're working with a few other companies as well to kind of make sure that placement happens between the big companies and the small companies. But the big piece is making sure that they have that training and access to it, and to make sure that they're fully aware of all the cybersecurity requirements that they need to meet.
So before we go into questions from our audience, what I want to do is a little bit of a role play with the panel. So as the DC Public Service Commission continues to meet with the district's clean energy goals and carry out its clean energy initiatives, we have Chairman Thompson, who's going to look to this panel as management consultants. And the goal is to improve performance or achieve its objectives. So my question is, what are some strategies that the District of Columbia can do to align energy efficiency and workforce development goal setting efforts? For example, are there any goals to grow energy efficient and clean tech companies to create those jobs?
I'll jump in on that again. As I mentioned before, you know, the findings of the Build Back Better task force, as well as the investment from ARPA dollars to train district residents in these types of jobs. You know, as long as there are opportunities for district residents to find jobs in these sectors, we will be providing opportunities to train them to take those jobs. And so, absolutely, come to us anytime you need anything like that. You know, if you're trying to find some training opportunities or you're trying to find residents to fill opportunities, come to us. That's what we're here for. But the district has been working towards that goal from the beginning. We are continuing to work towards that goal and finding opportunities to combine the efforts on both sides. So, is it okay?
Back to you.
So since we're hypothetical here, right?
Of course.
So the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Fund would recommend you leverage that to create a coalition focused on workforce and some of your large employers committing to hire these people through workforce training programs for 10, 15 years, and align that with some of our climate goals. That would be the challenge I would offer to partner with you on, as if I was a consultant with you.
Of course, this is free advice.
Right, that's right.
My perspective is a little different from other panelists, but one of the things I think that would help the adoption of some of these emerging technologies, DER, microgrids, and others, is to have some set of standards, whether that's security or technology, that your suppliers can rally behind, so they can understand what requirements that they're expecting to adhere to. If you look at California, Rule 21 was an example where many of the smaller utilities and many of the smaller suppliers that can support some of these newer renewable technology investments, all they had to do was demonstrate that they can meet energy security and industry technology best practices of the investor-owned utilities. Now, all the way across the other side, in Connecticut, they took a slightly different approach, but they still said, hey, can we make sure that these suppliers, can we make sure that these technology enablers meet these relevant set of standards? So one of the things that we're facing within the distributed energy or distribution network that we don't necessarily have in terms of challenges on the transmission side of the grid is that we don't have a tremendous amount of visibility and oversight over how well that aspect of the grid will be managed. So one of the things that we don't want to be in the situation of is that we hurry up and implement all these technologies that are going to be awesome. I know they're going to be great. But the challenge is once they're implemented, are we creating more challenges from a reliability perspective? Are we creating additional security concerns that can negate some of those benefits that we had initially intended? So look at some of those standards and best practices that can be achieved at the DER or at the distribution level.
Thank you all. So let's now open it up to questions from the audience. And if you have a question, please come to the microphone. And what I'll do is I'll read some of the questions we got from our virtual audience. So I will start with this first question that we got that was in 2 parts. And so the question is, how are we tracking local diverse talent in renewable energy workforce development programs and placed in jobs? And the follow-up question is, do we have data on how many companies are committed to hiring talent in the energy industry?
Well, I can answer that second part of that question. Many of the utilities have some D&I requirements. It's a matter of 1, going to their website, 2, getting to the right folks, and 3, making sure that your organization is one of the pre-certified set of suppliers that can work with those utilities. So that is more or less transparent. I definitely encourage folks to make sure if you have a particular energy company that you work with, that you get to know them and understand what those requirements are.
And then on our side, we can talk about the number of people we've trained and whatnot. All that information is public information. We have reports that come out annually from the Department of Employment Services, which talk about all of the different training opportunities that we have and how many people are trained in those. And then also as a part of the Office of Talent and Client Services, what companies that we've worked with across the district in the region.
IREC is a resource that we use. They study that kind of stuff. IRE. So, yeah, so I would recommend them as a resource, but I would also say that's an opportunity, but the challenge to that is that we're not aligning with how we're measuring talent. We're not aligning with how we categorize talent. We're not getting the data regarding race and ethnicity for whatever reason, right? So I would say the data integrity is not something that we're aligned on. So when you look at data, take that lens on things, but IREC is a really good resource for that data.
Thank you. And if you could please state your name and who you represent.
My name is Kim Ali, and I am a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant specifically for the energy industry. And so just want to say that, you know, I love the workforce training development programs that you offer. And so one of my questions is, do you actually partner with smaller companies like myself? And the reason why I'm asking is because I just spoke with a utility company last week, and they have over 300 vacancies because they don't have access to diverse talent pipeline, or they believe they don't have transferable skills if they're coming from, you know, a historically Black college. And so what are some of the ways that, you know, small companies like myself can help spread awareness or educate, you know, larger energy companies to help get the word out? Because what you are doing is incredible.
Are you familiar with ABE, the Association of Blacks in Energy?
Yes.
So that is a super awesome group in my mind. I think many of the larger utilities don't maximize the benefit of that group. So I recommend being involved in that too. I recommend connecting with as many folks as you can there. One of the things that I typically see when we're engaging large utilities is how do we make sure that we can get you connected from a pre-qualification perspective. The biggest piece for utilities is not to feel like they have to wait before they award. They want to make sure that they already understand their potential partners, that they understand who they can fund the work to, and the last thing that they want to do once they make that decision to go forward is to wait. So the big piece is to do all those things, get pre-qualified the best way you can. But I would love to get more information from you because we do a lot of that matchmaking at Fortress.
And I would just say talent@dc.gov. Office of Talent and Client Services. Any company in the DMV region that is looking to hire diverse talent and would like a pipeline to qualified candidates for positions can come to our office, and we will provide and pour in every resource available from the Department of Employment Services to help you find district residents to fill those positions.
I would recommend someone with your expertise and skills start partnering with nonprofits like ABE, like some of these energy organizations, and go to their conferences or offer to their leaders, I'll do a webinar for you. Business comes out of that like you wouldn't believe, because many of them are not as publicly, they won't say publicly, we're struggling, but they tell you if you did a presentation, we're struggling, can you help me?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is H.G. Chazelle, and I'm founder and CEO of Advanced Energy Group. We focus on stakeholder mobilization for cities to deliver on these promises of climate, health, and equity. And we do that in partnership, in collaboration with the city of New York, Chicago, Boston, and we also work in the district. One of the things that's come up last year as a reoccurring theme from these stakeholder engagements is workforce development. That, along with equity, are terms I'd rather not be repeating so much in 23, but actually delivering results on. And I think that's the challenge. One thing I wanted to share that has come out of these challenges is the ability to leverage the federal funding on the American Connectivity Program that groups like Verizon and others would provide low to no cost broadband access into communities for families that wouldn't typically have that opportunity. And what I found that was interesting is they have that mandate and they have a resource team to go do that, but they're not partnering with utility companies that also need to reach the same communities to provide opportunities to receive energy efficient equipment that requires connectivity, like smart thermostats, that could actually lead to protecting them from the energy cost burden associated with electrification. And that connection to workforce came about when we started to work on a task force on workforce development. And the question that was posed from someone who's an expert on this is, it's the employers that need to define clearly the minimum entry points that give someone a chance to be in their space. And if they don't have them, define what they need to be there. And then the question comes, well, how much of that could be done online by leveraging this program to provide, to close this digital divide and actually create a digital springboard for communities to get ahead? And I'm wondering, when you look at the programs with the Infrastructure Academy or your work, and Constance, what you're doing, do you have ability to kind of categorize or segment out the work that could be achieved, that things via online work that might leverage this opportunity with organizations like Verizon to get this out into the communities?
I would start with, and I mentioned the agency just before with Abe, but in this case, we're kind of, it's like a pop fly in left center field. You have different organizations going after the same opportunity. But if you're familiar with, say, like the UTC, familiar with them?
Yeah.
Utilities Technology Council, it used to be the Telecom Council. They have quite a few legacy relationships with telecommunications infrastructure companies as well as the utilities. So that could be an area for you to kind of find that nexus. And I'd also recommend American Public Power and NRECA as well, because those organizations, National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, because they have the ability to reach into some of those communities. There's rural communities, there's smaller communities that would benefit from that last mile infrastructure from a telecommunications perspective. So I think in my mind, you want to engage with some of those organizations, because I think they can pinpoint you more exactly on who you need to communicate with along those lines.
Thank you, Tobias.
Yeah. And I would just say that we are constantly looking at ways that we can alter and change our program offerings and working with whatever companies are coming in. We're actually reaching out now and working with companies like Amazon for AWS training opportunities and Cisco network training opportunities. And so to make for that connection, we would absolutely be willing to have additional conversations about that and figure out what type of trainings we may be able to offer that may be able to help make that connectivity.
Great, thank you.
Okay, you want an answer? When you first asked that question, I was like, what are they doing at the Alliance to Save Energy? They must have partnerships, because they have workforce partnerships that are really working well, and I imagine they're using technology to get some of that training done. So I would be curious, maybe Paula at the Alliance to Save Energy would have something to offer there. Yeah, but that would be my answer.
Thank you. And you both, several have mentioned the ABE organization. May 2nd through the 5th is the national conference in Houston. So look at that on your calendar. It's filling up fast. All right. Thank you.
Oops. I'm Ann Lyko, and I'm a DC resident and a longtime activist. And I want to encourage you to look at Mother Nature as part of your outreach on how to get us handling climate change and handling all the kinds of construction we need, and in particular, looking at our trees. The District of Columbia has been losing a lot of its tree coverage, and one of the reasons, and I've experienced it this week on my street, is because we have allowed our utilities to put all their wires, except for downtown and a couple of major highways, up in the air. Now what that does, and we've seen it all over the country, the trees come down, the wires come down, people lose service. And there was a good example in Florida of a development when the hurricanes came through a month or so ago, that nothing happened to that area because everything was undergrounded. Similarly, I think I heard a news story up in Buffalo or someplace that there was an area where the neighborhood had paid a little bit more to get their wires undergrounded, and they had no service cut, but other parts of the city, they were just losing everything. We need to push putting all of our utility structure in the road, and we need to have the city and all the government, when doing their infrastructure, to put in the conduit or whatever, to put the stuff down there and plant it at once rather than digging up the road and spending lots of money every 6 months to put something else in. Think long term about how we should be serving, having these utilities serve the people. Then we need to put the trees back, and this is where I'm looking to you for jobs, is getting, training more people who know about planting trees, caring for trees, doing the vegetation, realizing that all of our tree cover are the passive ways that you get heat in the winter because it blocks the winds, and cooler in the summer, and look at all those things that people knew centuries ago about how you lived and you built to maximize Mother Nature, as well as the way that you constructed things, that you had housing and buildings that had cross ventilation, all these things that are out there if we start looking, and if we start making an effort to save our older buildings. And in this one I want to particularly look to on DC training. We desperately need a whole lot of trained people to do all the construction trades. There are very few, and most of them are my age or older and retiring, who know how to rebuild, how to maintain older houses, understand why they worked, why they were cooler, why you had high ceilings, why you had transom, all these kinds of things that are passive, that eliminate part of the need to spend a lot of money on other kinds of energy, and create other kinds of waste. What do we do with all these batteries and all this other stuff that we're generating? But to realize we need to look at Mother Nature and the kinds of things that we did historically as human beings to basically live on this globe in a way and which would help us a lot in fighting the issue of climate change.
Yes, so two parts here. One, to your second comment you made about construction training and all of that. That is offered at DC Infrastructure Academy. We have our construction, energy, and utility training, which is a new track, which is sponsored by Washington Gas, and that is actually our most flexible of all of our trainings, because it's sponsored by Washington Gas, but it is geared towards trainings and in construction in general across all the different construction types. And so we can even tailor it down to each cohort that goes through. We can change it and modify it based off of what are the needs of a company. And then to your question about undergrounding, you may want to look up the work that's being done with the DC Plug, the power line undergrounding project that's happening across the district as well.
Well, I was agitating for that 25 years ago, and they only got to some of the main lines and have skipped.
They're still working on it.
And the other thing is, I would love to talk to you afterwards about what kind of construction trades you need, because there really is a horrible problem, and I can't tell you how many people I've talked to in trying to find competent people who knew the things my generation, most people knew how to do, that even supposedly trained construction people don't have a clue about.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Cameron, and I'm a ESG and social impact consultant. Oh. And I primarily do regulatory and transparency affairs and reporting. And so my question is primarily for Tobias, but if any of you have the answer, go right ahead. So with an increase in organized attacks on substations like we've seen like in North Carolina, most recently like Randolph County, are regulators and other relevant stakeholders seeing any opportunities to manage the immediate impact of these supply chain issues, utilizing sustainable supply chain goals to ensure materials arrive quickly and that power is returned without delay?
Yeah, definitely the policymakers are looking very closely into that. The biggest challenge is availability. The long story is that if you look at most American substations, they're a hodgepodge of numerous different types of technologies, which has exacerbated our issue because there's a hodgepodge of different technologies that we can't just order from a specific location. One of the ideas, if you go to Europe, if you go to a similar substation that might not be getting shot at over there, there is much more consistency of technologies being used. You can go to one vendor and they're going to build up all the different relays and RTUs and different components within the substation. So there's a couple parts, right? One is policy, and the other is the support of existing standards. IEC 61850, this as doing research on different standards, requires or gives the industry the option to create technology such as substations to be operated like a data center, rack and stack devices, as opposed to being something that's much more obscure, as you see in most substations today. So that's one option. The other option is to do more with SIP 14, which I'm not going to say anything specifically about that particular requirement, but they could do more in that particular area to see if there's additional security requirements that can help prevent other folks from shooting out infrastructure at substations. So there's a couple of ideas for you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ron Bethea. I'm president of the National Association of Blacks in Solar and the Positive Change Purchasing Cooperative. We produce a nationally syndicated podcast called Solar Now and the Future with its economic impact on Black America. And I find it quite interesting about workforce development. Last year, this time, we were going after a large-scale grant through EDA, Good Jobs Challenge. We had approximately, there were 500 and about 29 applications HBCUs applied. We had 8 with 11 applications. One of those applications was through Tougaloo College as our lead fiduciary, and we involved Power 52 Foundation, Ms. Cherie Brooks, WDC Solar, Mr. Will Shirley, Jackson, Mississippi. The long and short, out of $500 million, African-American nonprofits and HBCUs received $23.7 million. That's a long way from 40% from the Justice 40 initiative. Now, in terms of the Infrastructure Academy, I had the privilege of interviewing Dr. She's head of Department of Labor.
Dr. Morris Hughes?
Yeah, Dr. Hughes about that, but I'd love to have someone more consistent from the Infrastructure Academy, because y'all are a beacon and a light that people don't know that exists on Pomeroy Road. I know it's there because I'm a part of the community. And in terms of this gentleman here, he's a treasure trove. Very few of our African-American youth on our HBCU campuses know that you exist or what you do. And these are the issues, and this brilliant African-American sister we have, Mrs. Thompson, I finally get a chance to meet her in the flesh. But we've had numerous conversations about these same issues, but nobody's talking to our African-American youth. We've got 38 HBCUs with public service radio stations. That means they're broke. We don't have one syndicated program which will bring this kind of information with our public service commissions, nurse, African-American voices to our young people. They simply don't know it exists, and it's not by accident, it's by design. So my question to the group is in terms of how do we get our entities in the radio industries to understand the importance of what y'all are doing. Thank you.
Good question.
You want to take that one? I'll take that one. First of all, thank you for your kind words about DCIA. You know, at the end of the day, I think that a lot of the challenges that we have are, as you mentioned, that the word is not out there as much as it should be. And we're working on that. It's not something that we take for granted and we take lightly. But to your point, I think that a lot of that has to do with us reaching out to the radio stations and other forms of media that are getting to our community to let them know about that, the work that we're doing. And we are committed to doing that. We are actively looking to do a comms outreach plan for the DC Infrastructure Academy. Additionally, it's funny because we are nationally known. We've even gotten kudos from President Biden at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and we'll be presenting there tomorrow, actually, about the DC Infrastructure Academy. But there are still people within DC who don't know about us. And so we're doing our best to make sure that's not something that continues. We want folks to talk about us in the same light that they talk about our other institutions of education in the district. And so we are continuing to work to make that happen. But just to put a bow on that, we will definitely, I will go back and have a conversation with my team who is putting out our comms plan to talk to them about some ways that we can reach out to some additional media, including radio and particularly African-American stations.
I think it's an organized effort, and I'll be very candid with you. Sometimes when having to deal with entities that represent particular populations, this is nonprofit groups, this is universities, it's hard to get a collective to do this work. And it's even harder to get organizations within the collective to get a representative to say, we commit to this. A lot of times because they don't understand the big picture and they're doing it for this episodic thing. Oh, I want to be seen. I want to meet Ron. Ron's saying the right things from the right people, and I need to be with Ron's audience, not necessarily Ron. So with that caveat, I would say, Ron, that maybe getting 4 to 5 heavy hitters, I'm willing to partner you with one of my companies that's a member to say, okay, this is what I want you to do, this is when I want you to do, and this is the strategy. Once that's in place, that's how stuff happens. But I candidly said, sometimes it's hard to get these organizations to sustain their engagement, but most importantly, those that are organizing it to give you a real clear direction on where this is going. And it's a reputational risk sometimes for organizations to say, Ron's recommending we do this, and it's going to hit these audiences, right? But then it's like, well, to what end? That doesn't align with my goals as a company or organization or whatever. To what big end? So what you have for me, Ron, is that let's talk about a company that's one of my members that is interested in doing this. But what I'm asking you to do is bring 4 other 5 individuals or companies or entities so that we can get representatives to enact a strategy to make it happen.
My thought is that it's also, coordination with the media. There's various outlets that may or may not be here that could be an opportunity for us to engage in conversations about, yes, we have corporate strategies. Yes, we have national, federal strategies that we want to be able to accentuate in various medias, whether it be podcasts or written. But these opportunities about diversity, I think in general, I think there's a dearth of opportunities to represent what's going on in our collective space. So I think it's a combination of recognizing the media and the access that we have as these organizations, as well as bringing the utilities to the table as well.
May I say?
I apologize. We just got to wrap it up, Science.
Oh,
we can just
okay,
make it
no
quick.
problem. I just think we need to start really defining equity, inclusion, justice, and diversity when we have these conversations, because we're all coming from different lenses here. We're all seeing it differently. So I would suggest, as you have conversations or facilitate them, make sure that you're defining those terms and what they mean in the context of what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you. So this concludes our panel discussion. I just want to thank our guests for participating. I hope it was informative. Education is a little bit of fun as well. Yeah. And please join me in thanking our panel for participating today. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll take about a 5-minute break. Quick break, and then come back to our last panel on affordability.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path to help our city achieve its clean energy goals. We're studying how distributed energy resources, or DERs, allow communities to generate clean, potentially cheaper energy from renewable sources and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We've also prioritized adoption of electric vehicles, or EVs, as another way to make the district's energy grid more sustainable. We're helping utility customers access data to track their energy usage and make their home more efficient. Through the DC Power Connect website, utility customers can shop and choose an energy supplier offering clean energy options. The DCPSC is bringing stakeholders, policymakers, residents, and businesses together to find new and innovative ways to meet the city's aggressive climate goals. 100% renewable energy by 2032. Learn more about the DCPSC's clean energy efforts at dcpsc.org/cleanenergy.
The DC Clean Energy Act was passed in 2018 and has some of the most aggressive climate commitments in the nation. Here in the district, it says that we must, by 2032, have 100% renewable energy, and by 2050, have zero greenhouse gas emissions.
What we have been doing for the last 10 years are installing solar systems, renewable energy systems, on the homes of low-income customers. There are more solar systems in Ward 7 than there are in Ward 3. We call this market transformation. The Solar for All program was passed legislatively with a goal of reducing the energy bills for 100,000 income-qualified residents.
One thing that we're very proud of are CREFs and our renewable energy platforms.
Think of a large solar system that is not installed on a house, but rather is installed on an apartment building, a warehouse, the top of a parking lot, on an open lot, open piece of land.
CREFs differ from your typical rooftop or net metered system through a billing arrangement that allows any resident or business in the district to be able to access the clean, renewable energy market without having ownership of their roof.
Individuals are subscribed to CREFs. This helps them reduce their electric bill by 50% a year, and the subscription goes for 15 years.
The great thing about a CREF is because it's not in your home, you don't have to deal a lot of times with the cost and maintenance of having solar panels on your home.
In the district, around 60% of residents are renters.
Ladies and gents, can you please be seated so we can proceed to our next panel discussion?
So
please be seated.
All of district residents to potentially access community solar.
We're using local contractors to do the installations, which helps our local economy.
Additionally, DOEE and other stakeholders, including the Public Service Commission, have been working tirelessly together to improve the interconnection regulations for solar in the district, and that helps to get CREF and other types of distributed energy resources connected to the grid in a way that is fast, transparent, and safe.
Are you looking for lower energy rates or renewable energy sources like solar and wind? DC Power Connect can help. District energy customers can now shop online at dcpowerconnect.com for their energy supplier. DC Power Connect is an online tool that gives DC consumers the power to choose the right energy plan for them. Visit dcpowerconnect.com and find out how you can shop for your energy today. DC Power Connect, your energy, your choice.
The DC Public Service Commission is building a path.
If you're standing, please have a seat. We're about to get our next panel started, so if you can please take a seat, please. Thank you. If you can please take a seat, please. Thank you. Thank you.
You're moderating, right? Okay, so yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much again for participating with us in these first two panels, and it was amazing in terms of the federal conversation that we had first, and talked about so much money flowing throughout the United States and clearly into our beloved District of Columbia. And our second panel really focused on how we can make sure that some of those funds that are flowing into the city are used to help our local businesses get opportunities, and our residents get training and jobs within this growing industry. But one of the questions that sits on our lips throughout all of the work that we do is affordability. How do we make sure that the programs that we launch, that the initiatives that are moving forward are affordable, and the impact on our ratepayers and our customers? And so this panel will examine that issue of affordability. Transitioning to a cleaner energy raises several questions, including what are the costs of the transition? How will those costs be allocated? Who will bear the burden? Who will reap the benefits? And what effect COVID-19 may have played and continues to play in all of this work that we do. Moderating our next panel will be Commissioner Obie Linton from the state of Maryland. And I am very happy to meet Commissioner Linton today. And in fact, Commissioner Linton and I are speaking on a panel tomorrow afternoon. So it is in fact nice to have you here at our offices today. Commissioner Linton was first appointed to the Maryland Public Service Commission by Governor Larry Hogan in 2017. Should I say former governor now? I guess he's former governor now, right. Let me correct the script here. Former Governor Larry Hogan in August of 2017 and reappointed in 2022. Commissioner Linton began his career in 1991 as a meter reader and engineering intern at Public Service Electric and Gas in New Jersey. He first came to the commission as a law intern and later clerked for the Honorable Evelyn Omega Cannon in the Circuit Court for Baltimore City. He was a regulatory attorney for Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, where he specialized in consumer disputes and worked on deregulation of the electric industry, something I did a couple of decades ago as well. Commissioner Linton earned his Juris Doctorate from the University of Maryland Francis King Carey School of Law and earned his Bachelor of Science in Administration and Justice and a Bachelor of Arts in African Studies from Rutgers University up in New Jersey. He's admitted to practice law in Maryland and is a resident of Catonsville, Maryland. Please welcome Commissioner Linton to the podium, and he will introduce the panelists in our final panel today.
So good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening. And I guess in a little while I'll be saying good night. Very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today at the DC Clean Energy Summit, Path to Decarbonization. You've had two very enlightening panels so far and some very positive commentary, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to continue that with our next panel that we've presented here today for you. We have four very distinguished panelists with us this afternoon, and we'll get a chance to hear a little bit from all of them about the impacts of the clean energy transition and how important it is to make sure that energy equity and affordability are maintained as we move forward to what really is a necessity for our planet and our world and our communities. So we'll start first with the first panelist to my right, Damali Harding, who is with the Regulatory Assistant Project. She is the U.S. Managing Principal there. So we'll ask each of our panelists to give us a few moments to introduce themselves a bit more thoroughly and to tell us a little about what they're working on and their concerns and interests with regard to affordability. Ms. Harding.
So thank you, Commissioner. So I am Damali Harding. I am a DC resident and the current U.S. Managing Principal for the Regulatory Assistance Project. The Regulatory Assistance Project was founded about 30 years ago by some former commissioners who wanted to work with their colleagues to start their clean energy transition. So we currently support energy regulators in that transition, doing everything from technical analysis, data analysis, trainings, We are a bunch of energy wonks. So a short paper for us is about 30 pages, right? But we are nonprofit, nonpartisan, and so we let the facts start to speak for themselves. And so I actually asked to speak first because I thought for this discussion, it was very important to start with some facts around what is affordable. And so I asked the first question is, with the clean energy transition, how much is that going to cost? And anywhere from in the US, the smallest figure I got was $4.5 trillion. The smallest one. And it goes up from there. So anywhere from 4.5 trillion to 20 trillion, right? That's our range of confidence. If you take that to the world, the smallest figure I got was 62 trillion, all the way up to $275 trillion. And so one of the things we have to acknowledge is that as we transition, we are talking very large infrastructure costs. Those costs relate to everything from technology upgrades, as Tobias talked about earlier, to putting solar in our houses, to if we want to transition to wind on our roofs. The other thing I wanted to look at is the home energy affordability gap. And there is a wonderful economic consultant that out of their pocket every year for free since 2013 has looked at this gap. And the way that they have defined affordability is the actual cost of energy bills minus what affordable looks like. And they are using the 6% of income standard. And so in 2021, the last year that the data was available, that gap in the US is $38 billion. And that is the gap fundamentally between what people can afford if you take 6% of income and LIHEAP. In DC, that gap is $86 million in 2021. So we are looking at that gap of $86 million, and that doesn't take into account for all of the other ways energy is used. But at a minimum, people are missing out at $86 million. So what choices are people making to fill that gap? Right? How are they not using gas when it's cold outside? How are they not using heat or air conditioning when it's hot outside? And so one of the things that does give me hope when I looked up the numbers as well is that recently under the Biden administration, LIHEAP actually went from, in 2021 to 2022, from $3.3 billion to $4.5 billion. But that still leaves $35.5 billion gap. The other thing I wanted to think about and started to address as we think about these issues of energy burden and what that means. And so if we are looking at 6% as our target for affordability, if you look in DC, if you look under the 50% of people who are under the federal poverty income cap, they pay 28% of their cost in energy. That is unsustainable for them. 28% of your income, if you are below, and that goes up as you move down. So as you make less money, you pay more of your energy and your income. And that means, what do you have left over for housing? So we were sitting in the green room, we were talking about there's no such thing as I don't work in energy anymore. If you work in housing, you work in energy. If you work in education, you work in energy. All of these things come together. And so I wanted to route that. And I was actually glad Constance left on that note about defining equity. Because one of the things, so RAP does a lot of policy work. So we do a lot of policy analysis, we do policy development, we do a lot of work around this, is thinking around what does that mean for policy? If we don't have equity in policies that are specific, definitive, measurable, that means that we can't go back and hold ourselves accountable for moving the needle. So I want to challenge us on that. The last thing I want to think about with affordability is that rates are the last part of the discussion. So several years back, RAP wrote a paper on thinking about equity in IRP planning. If we are serious about this, especially from an electricity standpoint or from a gas transition standpoint, all of these conversations in equity start before we get to a rate case. What does your IRP look like? What does your energy efficiency plan? What does your demand flexibility plan look like? If those things aren't thinking about equity, I don't want to hear it in a rate case. Well, not me personally, but I'm looking at the commissioners. Those are questions, and as we thinking about policy, let's start moving backwards and shifting that needle backwards.
Thank you. There's some interesting numbers that you've presented to us for consideration, and that's a good way to open up the panel. You noted that for some low-income customers, 28% of their income is dedicated towards energy on an annual basis. Do you have any data, or what would your thoughts be on for those consumers who are not receiving energy assistance, but are also what we know to be low income? In other words, the ones that are not served by the existing programs that are available either federally or state.
Yeah, that's a great question. I also looked that up and thought about that as well. So one of the challenges, and prior to this, I actually did a lot of work for technology companies. So I also think about data solutions as well. And so one of the challenges is utilities struggle with now identifying those customers by energy burden. And I use that term very specifically. It used to be in DC, we talk a lot about Ward 7 and 8, but I live in Ward 5, and I know that depending on which block you're on, not all customers have that same level of access to energy and what they're doing. And so one is thinking about ways to shift that dynamic. So are you looking at, for example, and I have to reference my notes, performance-based regulations, right? So as we think about, should we tie in energy efficiency to utilities' rate of return, right? Should that be something we should consider? Should we think about percent of income caps? So there are a couple of case studies across the country where they have capped how much you pay based on income. Based on your income, you have to certify every year, but then that gap, basically either the jurisdiction fills that gap. Do you think about it as a discount, right? Is it a discount off of your traditional rate of service? What are the impacts of that? And again, thinking about all these things. And I will say, especially from RAP's perspective and from my own perspective, all of these things also start with energy efficiency. And so as we're thinking about solutions, the best way to affordability is to not have to have people to spend it. And again, that creates its own set of issues, but energy efficiency, and particularly at the residential level, is critical to making that affordable.
All right, thank you very much. Next on our panel for some opening comments, Mr. Tony Reeves, Deputy Director of Energy Justice.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you all for sticking out for the third panel today. I'll start my remarks with a story and how I got into this work. So as was mentioned, I'm the Deputy Director for Energy Justice at DOE, political appointee, brand new position. It was held by my now director, Shalonda Baker, before she was confirmed. But it was a deliberate statement by the Secretary of Energy, Secretary Granholm, to say that we have a political senior position that is focused on how we integrate equity and justice across the work of the department. I'm a professor at University of Michigan on leave from there, but I started my work at a time very similar to the place that we're in now. We were in the heat of the recession. I was a poor PhD student at University of Kansas. And there was this initiative coming out of the stimulus era in Kansas City, Missouri, called the Green Impact Zone. And the idea of the Green Impact Zone was a recognition that an urban part of Kansas City had been underinvested for 50 years, right? And that you needed to take this opportunity, this crisis of our economic system, and actually target and concentrate federal resources in one area to see if you could bring about a change. So a lot of the money from the stimulus era was in clean energy, energy efficiency, as you mentioned, clean transportation. We did some green infrastructure. But again, you take an urban community, 50% vacant housing, twice the unemployment rate of the whole city, 3 times the poverty rate of the rest of the city, and you come in and say, we're gonna make you green. Now we know that green gentrification is real, but how do we have a conversation around using environmental sustainability, now climate justice, climate equity, as a way to bring about change in communities. So I started my work doing interviews because I wanted to know what residents in the new Green Impact Zone thought about all these resources coming, right? I was like, this is a great thing. You're gonna get, efficient housing, you might get solar, you'll have, clean buses driving down your streets. And one elder in the community sat me on her porch, and she did a couple things that really stuck with me and drove me to the work that I do today. So the first thing she talked about was energy conservation in the 1980s. During the Reagan era, focused on reducing energy usage because we were coming out of the oil energy crisis. And she pointed out every house where one of her neighbors lost their house because of predatory lending, right? Coming through and taking out second mortgages to get new windows to, make your home more efficient. So she was afraid. So that was the first thing she said to me. I've been here before and I won't let it happen again. So now we had to think about, we got millions of dollars coming into this community to do energy efficiency, and people are afraid to take the government assistance. So that was the first thing that stuck with me. The second thing she said, recognizing that she couldn't afford her utilities, she said, every time I see a utility truck, my heart rate goes up. So now this was back in the day when you still rolled trucks out to do shutoffs. And I asked her, why? And she said, if the utility truck is not coming to shut me off, it's gonna shut off one of my neighbors, and that still impacts me because I'm storing their groceries, or I'm running an extension cord to their house, or their kids have to come over and do their homework in the light. And so it was those two statements of this elder that really led me down a path to think about how do we make our programs more equitable and more just. So I went to University of Michigan, started a lab to do just that, try to do research, try to provide technical assistance to community members in how we engage in the decision-making process. I love your comment about not waiting until a rate case, right? Detroiters go hard. They participate in everything. There was an effort in Detroit that, again, sticks with me on IRP. I didn't know what an IRP was because I'm not an energy guy. I was a civil engineer, but energy has become my work now. But a local community group said, we have to get people engaged in how our clean energy future looks. What is IRP? Thank you. It's Integrated Resource Plan. So it's the multi-year planning of what the energy system will look like, right? And so that's what they did. That's the first question. What is this? And so they actually trained community members on what it was, how they engaged the Public Service Commission. And so Michigan Public Service Commission had meetings in the Detroit area, but not in the city of Detroit. They were mostly in the suburbs, so the community demanded that a meeting was held in the city that people could access. And they had over 100 people show up, and the meeting ran over an hour from its intended time. So they had people with signs, people with public comments. And again, so all of these type of activities have motivated me to do the work that I do now, where we're trying to integrate equity and justice across DOE. Our office, the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity, was created in 1978, a year after the Department of Energy was created. And it was the Office of Minority Economic Impact, now called Economic Impact and Diversity. But it calls out focusing on energy burdens. So the office was created to look at disproportionate burdens of energy affordability on people and communities of color. You just heard the stats. A lot of work to still do. Congressman Bobby Rush proposed the Energy Equity Act of 2021 to create an Office of Energy Equity. Our office was created to do that, and so I said, we need a new office. We need an office that serves this mission that we have from 1978, but recognizes the need that we have in 2021, 22, 23. And so we started a new Office of Energy Justice Policy and Analysis. So we're doing research. We're doing policy and technical assistance across the department. So when people say, what is equity? And how do I do equity when I'm looking at fusion? We can actually say there are ways to incorporate equity and justice into our technology, research and development, but also practical ways to make energy affordable. And it's really about centering the people that we're all concerned about up front, right? And so it's not doing technology and waiting till it trickles down to people. is saying, how do we, turn these widgets to figure out how it's accessible and equitable in the beginning? And so that's the work we're doing, and I look forward to talking about that a little more.
Thank you very much. Good opening comments. So you spoke a lot about your experience in hearing from the community regarding their concerns about not just affordability, but energy efficiency and initiatives that both federal and state governments, and I guess even local organizations may offer. It sounded like many of the members of those communities were informed, or at least aware of the fact that these initiatives were available. So we kind of find ourselves in a similar situation today where there's a significant effort to move forward with, in this case, a clean energy transition. So in your experience so far, how aware have you found the community to be for not only the need, but the potential impacts that were mentioned just from the data we heard earlier?
Yeah, one of the exciting things about the current administration is this focus on hearing from communities. And so we have the first ever White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council that represents a host of EJ leaders across the country, but who also have microphones to spread messages about what's happening in the federal government, particularly all these multiple funding opportunities that exist where we're trying to, again, center communities in the application pool, in the technical assistance to communities so they can go after additional resources. I'm very much amazed at how the community groups have stepped up and either told us what we're not doing enough of, or kind of said, we want to do this differently, or this is how we could do it differently. And so, and we're just providing that space in the federal government. As a researcher trying to get DOE grants, as a scholar, I know how difficult it is just to do that. And so I think the knowledge that some of us have on the outside is allowing us to kind of change the way we do business inside. And again, we have an open door, and people are definitely coming through. So,
I certainly appreciate that. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Reams. Our next panelist is Willa Hightower, the Vice President of Customer Operation.
Great. Good afternoon, all. Really happy to be here and to represent Pepco Holdings here. Some of the work, as you might imagine, that I do is we're responsible for making sure we take care of our customers. So we talk about the experience we want to make sure that our customers have. When we think about affordability, when we think about all of the investment that we're making to make this energy transition, that's one of the things that's right there with that conversation. Because to make the transition requires an investment. And as we move forward with our integrated resource plan to enable a lot of the things the other panels have talked about in terms of being able to move forward, to have a clean environment in which to live and to work. But we've got, like you said, we've got to pay for it. It's not free. It's not free. The people that we employ, the work that we're doing with workforce development in order to enable this climate transformation, it's not free. And one of the things that was said on one of the earlier panels and how it impacts each of us is different. It's not equal. And so as part of what we do is we try to provide resources to our customers who are struggling. We try to make sure that they are aware of the things that are available. And one of the things that we've taken on over the past few years in a customer organization at Pepco is trying to figure out how do we make that process easier for customers. So we want to enable technology, but how do we enable it in a way in which it can help our customers? One thing, for example, we have invested quite a bit in our digital technology, but we designed it initially to work on computer screens. We talk about the digital divide. More people in most of our communities have a cell phone. And so if we make it easier for them to be able to complete the application, snap the pictures, submit the information, using the devices that many of us, the many computers we walk around with every day, if we make it easier for our customers to be able to apply for programs, to get assistance, to be able to access information to help inform around what energy efficiency opportunities that are available to them. As we set up our energy efficiency programs, we have a specific identification and carve out for our low to moderate income customers. And one of the things I'm really happy to see in the DC area that doesn't exist everywhere is we don't stop at 150 or 175% of federal poverty level. We have programs that also engage moderate income customers where they're just above that level where they qualify for nothing. And that's the hard part. And so we've got to figure out how do we create and how do we strike that balance. Being able to increase the opportunity for many of the people in our communities to be able to have access to some level of assistance. Because you talk about, 6% of income, but, depending on what that income is, it could be a little bit or it could be a whole lot. And so when we think about, it's just another $20 a month, well, these days eggs are costing $20 a month, right? But that's one of the things that we've got to look at is when we look at programs and we design them, our heart really goes out to those who are the most in need, but there are people who work every day who still have need. And so we've got to partner as a community to understand how do we best assist the people that we live with and the customers that we serve. Coming out of the pandemic, these are the customers who struggled the most. During the pandemic, many customers built up arrearages. We got to figure out how do we address that issue. We're in an inflationary environment. We're in an environment where commodity costs, have also increased. So there are a number of challenges that our customers are engaging in. So the things that we're trying to do is to make access easier and to make sure that we're continuing to partner with our stakeholders across the board to figure out how we can put our customers in a better position to be able to maintain energy because it's a part of our daily lives.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hightower. So, as a Maryland commissioner, I guess my first question would have to be, you're Vice President of Customer Operations for PHI?
Yes.
PEPCO, which would include the Maryland side as well as the district side.
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure.
I feel like this is a setup.
Just clarification up front. So I will. I'll ask a different, easier question.
It's okay.
For now, at least. We'll see if the audience will have tougher ones later. But let me just ask a different question for you. You mentioned earlier that there are customers who have faced some challenges coming out of the COVID pandemic, and this is happening within the context of our transition to a more clean energy focus and all of the infrastructure investment that has to come with that. Talk a little bit about what PEPCO does within the district to work with customers to make sure that they are able to continue to do what I think everybody in here would like to see happen, which is to maintain their service as they are working to pay for it.
Yeah. So some of the things, we talk about access. So some of the things that we do from an outreach perspective is we do what we call pop-ups in the communities to make it easier for customers to be able to access some of the services that are available, to be able to support bill assistance, ask questions about bills. Are there opportunities with regards to bill assistance? Because when you show up in the community, our ability to engage face to face, obviously we suspended that for a little while, but we returned to doing that and being part of the community. Not just, but we're also part of the community in terms of some of the services that we provide on a volunteer basis. So, one of the things I know, Tony and I have talked in the past, showing up in a community that you've never been in to say, hey, I've got a miracle cure, people don't trust you. And so in addition to the pop-ups, before you show up as a pop-up and say, hey, I have a miracle cure, they need to know that you care. And so, we invest and encourage all of our employees to volunteer and be part of the community. So when we come, that they've started to build relationships such that we can build the trust, such that the information that we're providing to customers that they trust is not, that new miracle cure that somebody's trying to sell, because we are here to help, because they're our neighbors, they're our family, and they're our friends.
Very nice. Thank you, Ms. Hightower. Finally, and before I move on to our last panelist, similar to the other panels we've had here today, there will be an opportunity for questions from the audience. I'll have a few myself, but certainly all of you are welcome to come up to the microphone and ask a question at a later point. So make sure you got them ready if you're planning on doing so. So our last panelist is should be a very impressive gentleman. He is very new in his current position, so we'll let him tell us a little more about it, and that'll be why he's very impressive, because he's very new in his current position. Mr. Ernest Jolly, the Managing Director.
Well, thank you very much. Good seeing you again.
Same here.
And so as initially shared, I am the long-standing Managing Director for the District of Columbia's Sustainable Energy Utility. I think I am in my 13th calendar day in the position. And so it would be a good question to say, why do we want to hear what you have to say on behalf of what we do, having only been there for 13 days? Well, let me share the journey that I have walked that caused me to be interested in pursuing the opportunity, because I think for me, it brings me full circle in my life's journey. Originally from farming community in Southern Virginia, had the opportunity to go to the U.S. Naval Academy and major in engineering. The two things that attracted me most to the Naval Academy was that I could major in engineering, did not have to take a foreign language, and I could relieve the economic burden on my parents. And so that was what attracted me. And I fell in love with the Navy service, and so it became a part of my split life community, meaning I served on active duty and retired from the reserve. But I learned a lot about people and myself in doing that. And one of the things I learned was the value of accountability and being fully present when you are challenging people where their life may be on the line. And so with that, I had the opportunity to go into the energy generation business. And I had an opportunity to run power plants, coal, gas, and oil power plants, and to work with the people who were the certified welders, and we mill coal, and we use heavy oil and natural gas. And even in doing that, there was a conscious level that I had about, let's make sure no oil goes in that river. And if it does, what do? You disclose, you get on it, you clean it up, you figure out what went wrong. You reward people for giving the early warnings about the challenges, as opposed to hiding it and find out if someone discovers. I learned that about myself and the importance of it, and I've tried to carry that forward. And I had the opportunity to lead the electric generation business and come to the district and serve as executive vice president for the University of the District of Columbia, the only public university in the district. And in that setting, I had an opportunity to have a privileged higher education opportunity I had gotten at taxpayers' expense going to a service academy, and to figure out how we, in that setting, could, in fact, make education and higher education and skill building and certification a part of the entire District of Columbia. And so it deepened my understanding of the desires of folks, but what economics can choose to exclude them from. And with that, I had an opportunity to move to what I was doing 25 days ago. And so I spent 14 years with the DC Water and Sewer Authority, or DC Water, as its energy chief. And I had the opportunity to help DC Water think strategically about energy not just as something that you paid the bill when it comes in, but thinking about it from its inception of when you decide to do projects to when you refurbish to how you operate. And I had that opportunity to work across what is viewed as one of the premier water and sewer authorities and to challenge my own thinking and the challenging of others and make sure that energy became a forethought and not an afterthought. Because we learned a lot about the advantages you could make and how you could spend dollars more wisely. Now it's interesting because DC Council and the mayor had the wonderful insight of creating an organization or a structure called the DC Sustainable Energy Utility in approximately 2010. And I was at DC Water's Energy Chief, and I had an opportunity to kind of see that unfold. Who would have thunk that I would be sitting where I am today? But I had an opportunity to get to know the program because we are one of the largest energy users, electric energy users in the District of Columbia. And so we can make the lights dim under certain conditions because of the energy draw at our Blue Plains facility. And so in learning that and learning how to engage with the DCSEU, I became very aware of what an incremental dollar can do to help push an efficient project forward. And so when the opportunity became available for me to join DCSEU, my life is coming full circle. And so let me tell you what we do there. All of what I can learn in 13 days, but I can assure you, I didn't begin my introduction and learning in the last 13 days, but they're going deeper. So the first thing I observed when I walked in was the quality and the level of commitment of the folks who work there. They are, in fact, for the most part, DC residents, and we run the age gamut, and we run the educational gamut, we run the culture gamut of the team and the staff. And the beautiful part about that is when we engage the public, our public can see themselves in us. And I think that's valuable because suspicion has no boundaries, particularly if you've had bad experiences. And so we have folks who are engaged in working with retrofits of with homeowners and doing retrofits that have the credibility of engaging with customers because they speak the language, and when I say the cultural language, and they really work hard to break it down into terms that are understandable. Once you break down that barrier, that trust barrier, because people will forget what you do for them, and this is not original, but they will never forget how you make them feel. Right. And so part of our culture, and it comes from our parent organization, VEIC, and it permeates across the organization, is being culturally aware and being respectful of others' points of view and bring your message in a way that it can be understood. So we engage in the Solar for All program because we do not believe, and the district does not believe, that the benefits of clean energy should be for the privileged few. And so the Solar for All program allows for up to $500 worth of economic credit for customers who fall within an economic classification to benefit, and it's funded through the rebate programs or the funding programs that are put in place by both legislation and regulation. Department of Energy and the Environment and the Public Service Commission are major players and major decision makers in how that happens. We work with businesses because to the extent that the district is a heavily commercialized office enterprise, most of the electric energy used in the district is used for space conditioning. And if we are serious about reducing our energy and our greenhouse gases, we have to figure out how to make our buildings more efficient. And what I tell folks is energy use is both a cultural and a technological matter. The most efficient light is one that's off when you don't need it. Think about it. Behavior changes can make a huge difference. I talk to folks and I say, what temperature do you like your house to be in the wintertime? It's not unusual for them to say 74. Well, what about in the summer? 72. I say, if you reverse those numbers without making a single capital investment, you'll save yourself some money. If 72 is comfortable in the summertime and desirable, try it in the winter. Now, I know humidity makes a difference in terms of how we feel, but it's a cultural fact. But one of the things I discover, and we discover, and the team discovers is, if you break down a few practical discussions, then you can get into, let me talk to you about the efficiency of your HVAC system. And we have rebate programs that can help and assist. Let me talk to you about the possibility of solar on your roof. Let me tell you how that could possibly work. One of the challenges always is, however, those who need to have more efficient services are often those who can least afford the capital investment to take advantage of it. And so we do have rebate programs, but I will tell you one of the challenges of COVID is that the inflationary costs and the lag in the supply chain is making it more and more difficult to help people close that gap. And so we are looking at ways that we can experiment with, we can engage in discussions with all of our partners to figure out how we help close that gap so that homeowners, so that multifamily building landlords, so that businesses will continue to make those efficient investments. Because as you use less energy, you will bring down your greenhouse gas emissions. And then how do we use our voices to add to the carbon mix of the energy we're using? I could talk all day, but that would be unacceptable. So let me stop at this moment. But I must say, and I'm going to take a cue from one of our previous panelists, make sure you go to dcseu.com, www.dcseu.com. Please reach out. I guarantee you we'll respond, we'll be engaging with you, and we look forward to making a difference with all of the other partners here and those who have gone before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao. So we have a little bit of time left for our panel here today, and I don't want to tie us up from our reception coming up later. Does anyone have any questions in the audience? This is one of those topics that we could talk about for a long time. So, we do have, oh, we have two. Okay. Oh, we have one. No, we do have a lot.
13.
So we'll ask everyone to just introduce yourself and give us your name, maybe a company you work for or organization. I'm not sure we're going to get through all of these questions that are lining up, but we'll see how far we can go.
Hi, I'm Sarah Kogel-Smucker. I'm the Environmental and Climate Attorney for the Office of People's Counsel in the District, working for the People's Council. And my question, which is a big focus of our work, is how you draw the distinction in terms of affordability of what part of the clean energy transition should be rate-based and what needs to come from diversified funding sources. Because as you know, we started with the initial thing, overall energy bills is going to be an incredibly important part of affordability, and how do you keep those overall energy bills low when all of the headwinds go towards rate-basing things that maybe could be paid by taxes or grant funds or shareholder contribution or private industry or other sources. So just interested in how all the panelists think about how to conceptually think about what should be rate-based and what should be coming from other sources. Thank you.
Wow.
I guess I'll start. The answer, the honest answer is we don't know, right? And I think every single energy conference I've been at this year, last year, has asked that same question. And I think it's going to take one kind of a disruption of the industry. I think some of it's going to come from some entrepreneur, some kid somewhere is going to make a TikTok, and we're all going to like figure this thing out, part of it. But definitely public-private partnerships is going to be a big part of it as well. So, you know, a lot of it's going to have to come from Tony's office. And the reason I say that is, one, I think it's going to be hyper-localized, right? So in DC, because we're a city, we're super urban, we have lots of access to data. I mean, quite frankly, our city runs, right? Compared to other cities I have lived in. When you start thinking about places, you know, in Maryland and in Virginia and rural areas, right? So what does that mean in terms of access and clean energy and who pays what and how much money do they have to pay for different things? Those are different questions. And so I think it's going to become, I think, hyper-localized. I think another panelist talked about like microgrids and kind of much more localized DER resources. I think the other question is also to kind of consider fairness, right? So the question, for example, keeps coming up about electric vehicles and how do they pay their fair share of highway taxes, right? To pay for maintenance of highways because they don't use gas. We still haven't figured that out. And I wrote a paper on that in 2012, right? It's 2023 now. We haven't figured that out. These are questions that we've been asking for years, but I think we have to accelerate that, right? And I think that's why we keep talking about equity and justice, is because the same thing as that woman said, that wasn't considered when they were considering redoing all the windows and all of these things. And so people lost their houses. One of the things we are demanding now is that these questions be asked now so that in the solution, hopefully in the next 5 years, people aren't left behind.
I think, if I may add, I think that one of the considerations has to be what's our willingness to look at the cost of not taking certain actions. And I had made a little note to myself about, you know, as we look at moving to the decarbonization and the clean economy and the cost of energy and the burden on families, who pays, because that's the question that's been asked, who pays, who benefits? I would add to that, and who suffers. And so failure to make the appropriate investments, the people who suffer for the increased cost in energy tend to be those who suffer the most when the disaster hits.
Yep.
So if we're not careful and we don't look at the entire economic circle associated with the failure to make the investment. And so one of my great colleagues, Ben, said, make sure you point out who pays, pay me now or pay me later. To which I said, once you get behind the power curve, you are paying the cost of having not made the investment. We don't ask the question who pays when we flood out whole communities. We put all forces to bear to rescue people, to restore some level of stability. What if we were a little bit more aggressive on the front end and figured a way to make those courageous investments up front? It always costs more to rehabilitate than it would be to address it up front. So I think if there's a way to figure that into rate cases so that we can put on the front end some of the economics that comes associated with energy to make those kind of investments, I think it would make a lot of sense. But I don't have an idea exactly how to do it, but I'm sure there are some thoughts here.
Hello, my name is Cheryl Pons. The name of my company is Dye Technologies Corporation. Good to see you again. Dye Tech Corp is the art and soul of electric vehicle charging. I just thought you should know that. My question is about, when I hear about the suffering related to rate hikes, rate increases, disasters, and things of that nature, I'm hearing individual families, individual households. My background has been in commercial real estate. And I know how, I'm not trying to out them, but I know how folks who own real estate think, okay? I'm not clear as to how the real estate community is being engaged in these conversations, because they own the bulk of the real estate, B and C class housing, that the least of these, the moderate income, workforce housing, the least of these folks below the poverty, they own the real estate community. It's not, it's a few individual or family investors, but a lot of this real estate is owned by large companies. But I don't hear them I don't see or hear them at the table talking about or having meaningful conversations around energy efficiencies. For example, in the district, at one point in time, most of the apartment buildings, the utilities were paid for through your rent. Your utilities were included. When they do modernization, they put a meter on everybody's apartment, but the building didn't get insulated. So they've basically they invested in the meters, they invested in the circuit breakers and the measuring devices, but no investment was made at that time to improve upon the efficiency of the building. So what is going on that we can prevent this from happening in the future?
So the district has enacted legislation, BEEPS, the Building Efficiency Performance Standards. And so it is a way by which all buildings, and there's a minimum size, the number actually escapes me, but 100,000, I believe, above, must report on an annual basis your energy consumption, and to the extent that it is underperforming based on the medium of your class, then there is rehabilitation action that must be taken in order for you to continue to operate without penalty. Now, the desire of this is not to penalize. The desire is to get forward movement, to make improvements. And so we, working with the DC Department of the Environment, are looking at ways that we can help do the analysis for buildings that underperform, and then we can lay out with them a strategy to bring them into compliance. And in some respects, that gets at a piece of what you're speaking about, because that's done at a building performance level. But I understand the point you're making. But we are engaged with multifamily homes, public housing. One of the things that the district has done is to make sure that if, in fact, customers engage in taking advantage of rebate programs, they don't get kicked out of their benefits program otherwise, because they got just enough to move them up a ladder. So there's been a lot of good thinking on the part of a lot of folks to make sure that we don't end up in a zero-sum game as people attempt to move forward and as improvements are made in business use. And I do want to quickly say a word about workforce development, because we too are in that space working on workforce development. And because we're in the energy and the clean energy space, the workforce development and the externships that we run with college students is focused on all of those things that touch energy and energy improvement and energy efficiency. And we have over an 85% placement rate for employment of folks coming out of those programs. And we're very pleased, and we just kicked off another class on Tuesday, and I'm happy to be aboard. Thank you.
All right, let's give a round of applause for our panel this afternoon. Like I said earlier, this is an intensive topic, something that is not going to stop with the conversations we've had today, but I do think this was a good contribution to the overall discussion that's going to be happening in many places, especially even in Maryland. So I appreciate the information you've shared today. At this time, I will ask Commissioner Beverly to come forward for some closing remarks. You're excused.
I don't have any questions for you. Thank you for joining us today. Special thanks to Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie, FERC Chairman Willie Phillips, and all the panelists and moderators. I also wanted to say I learned a lot here, and I think this panel sort of gives me the idea that we need many more panels. I think that I learned just enough in some cases to want to learn more. One gentleman asked a question, I think it was you, I don't remember your name, on hydrogen. And I think that would be an important panel, something we can figure out how far we can go with hydrogen and what we can't do. I happen to know you can't just pump hydrogen through the gas line, but that's something we need to discuss. We all share, oh, and I wanted to say before I forget, did Ernest Jolly leave? Oh, you're right there. I wanted to say, especially to you, congratulations on your new appointment. I think you'll do a great job. Thank you. Okay. We all share the climate, and we all share a responsibility for keeping it healthy. We have a long way to go to reach our climate goals and a relatively short time to get there. The more we collaborate on solutions and learn from each other like we did today, the faster we can reach our climate goals. We will continue to host this summit annually, and we'll look forward to seeing you next year. But I just want to say that until then, let's remember that we should be the change that we want to see in the world and not look for it in others. Be the example, and people will follow you. Thank you.
So, I think that concludes the summit. Thank you everybody for coming out. And we'll have some a light reception outside where we can engage in more conversation. Truly, it's been a wonderful event. Thank you once again.
Thank you.